Doing it again.
The viruses?
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Supermarket Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Eamon. How are you guys today?
I'm much better now that you're back, Carlos. Welcome back. Happy to have you back here. It's always a rough day when you're not leading the show. So I hope you had an awesome day with the family.
I did.
We're very
yes.
happy to have you.
Thank you so much. I had a great day with the family. I hung out with the kids. Did a couple of things throughout the day. Took them out, ice cream, cake, this and that, all kinds of fun stuff. They definitely enjoy themselves. Name it. How
did you actually do ice cream and cake?
We did.
Was it anybody's
So I got
birthday?
No, my kids just love getting a piece of. We made a banana cake yesterday, and we just bought the ice cream, and they love. But the banana cake with the ice cream is like their thing, and I'm not gonna lie, I enjoy it as well, and that's what we did yesterday. So
Man,
yeah,
you're doing like I don't understand. You're doing like the whole like divorced dad thing, you know? Like
yeah,
you're like
yeah. My wife was at work, you know. Oh yeah.
freedom to everything.
Peter, and it's funny. There's a lot. I met this group. I told you we take turns taking them to these the kids to kids parties, right? Birthdays, whatever. And there's a bunch of dads that are stay-home dads that are just to take care of the kids, and the mom is out, you know, making the big bread.
Hey,
And I'm just looking at these guys, and then we meet every Thursday night for drinks. I'm looking at them like, well, what's going on here? You guys living the life, huh?
there's nothing wrong with that. I always
Nothing
told
wrong
my
with that.
wife, I'd be happy to be a kept man if she was,
Yeah.
if she was interested.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I made many multiples of her salary, so it just never made sense for that to happen. So
Yeah. Also, so there you go,
Never
man.
experienced that life. Not too
Yeah.
late, Peter.
yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah.
I basically gave it for myself, right? So I just didn't have the kids around. Now this is what I do. I get to stay home and do whatever the heck I want. So, in any event,
It's
hey,
a beautiful
Eamon, you
thing.
know, you can work towards that. So.
Yes,
I
it's
have something
still
to strive for.
you have plenty of time, Eamon, that's for sure. Good morning, guys, over in our chat room on YouTube and also on X. Good to see you all as we get this Friday rocking and rolling. What a heck of a week it has been for the markets. Here's our gappers list brought to you by TradingTerminal.com, and we got a pretty balanced list. A lot on the wait, no, not balanced at all. Now that I'm looking at it, way more to the upside. So the markets are feeling good, feeling nice and green. And you got a couple of things in the red, especially our big one here, Apple. We'll talk about that and some other ones on here as well. But before we do so, friends, let's get over with Eamon on yesterday's action in 60 seconds.
All right, guys. So yesterday the market finally made a good recovery. The S&P rose around 1.7%. The Dow gained more than 600 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 2.8%, recovering all Wednesday's sell-off. Microsoft was the main reason, probably. The stock made a 16% move after Azure growth beaten expectations. The chip sector also had a good recovery after a few tough sessions. Now, be careful here. This might be just a small pullback after a huge sell-off before the drop continues, or it could be that the sector found the bottom and we are slowly getting back to the highs. It's too early to tell, but the bulls had a nice day. Don't be overhyped. Be cautious. Meta, on the other hand, went to the other way. The company reported strong revenue, good advertising growth, but the profits and margins were weaker and the spending continued rising. So the message here is clear. The market wants revenue to arrive as quickly as the company spends. We also had many important economic numbers. The second quarter GDP grew at an annual rate of 1.5%, slowing from 2.1% in the first quarter. The consumer spending and business investment still grew, but the broader economy is still slowing down. And inflation gave the market better news. The core PCE went up only 0.1% for the month, while the annual core inflation stayed around 3.3%. Now, this doesn't mean that inflation is fixed, but after we've seen three Fed officials voting for a rate hike on Wednesday, the better number eliminated at least some of the pressure. The jobless claims went up to 197,000, but the layoffs are still staying at historic lows, which is not bad. And the most important part happened after the close. Amazon delivered a huge AWS number. The cloud revenue grew 37% to more than $42 billion. And this is its fastest growth in years. Amazon said that the demand for the AI services is growing, and the demand for its chips is also growing. And it also raised the annual spending to $220 billion. It was 200, they added $20 billion. And the free cash flow turned negative over the past 12 months. Now, look, this usually gets stocks to drop down. We've seen Google hitting the negative free cash flow and dropping. We've seen other companies increasing its spending and they drop down. But on Amazon, it was different. They increased the spending, they went negative cash flow, but they still squeezed higher. And we will talk about this in today's featured story mid-show. Apple also beaten expectations. The iPhone revenue went up more than 20%, and the Mac sales rose more than 30%, but the stock dropped after hours. Why is that? Good earnings are good, but good earnings tell you the result of the past. Investors care more about the future. Apple warned that chip memory shortages could limit the sales the next quarter, so the future isn't looking bright for Apple for now at least. Now, let's see what we got today. We're coming to the end of the week, also to the end of the month. It's Friday, and we usually don't have a lot on Fridays. The calendar, we have some stuff on the calendar, but it's lighter than yesterday. But we still have important wage data, consumer sentiment, and earnings from two of the largest US companies. At 8:30, we will be getting the employment cost index. This measures how much employers are paying in wages and benefits. The Fed watches this number closely because the wage growth can keep inflation high, even when oil and product prices start dropping down. Yesterday, the core PCE came in better than expected. The GDP slowed. So if labor costs also cool down, we might get less reasons to hike. But if the wages stay strong, then the three Fed officials who voted for a hike might not be that aggressive, and maybe they had reason to hike, or at least to vote for a hike. At 9:45, we'll be getting the Chicago PMI. The market expects a reading around 55, which would still indicate growth in regional manufacturing. And at 10 a.m., we'll be getting the July University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment reading. We had XOM and CVX reporting during the pre-market, and you would expect that they benefit from the rise in oil prices during the quarter. But surprisingly, XOM hit an EPS slightly below Wall Street's forecast. It also lost some production in the Middle East because some of their infrastructure was damaged. Also, they had shipping issues around the Strait of Hormuz. Anyway, it ended up dropping around 2%. But to be fair, the profit was still huge, around $14.7, and that's high in comparison to what it usually makes. The revenue beat expectations. But the thing about XOM is that it already was sitting above 30% for this year. So most of the good news is already priced into it. CVX beat everything. The revenue jumped 56%. And it rose around 3% during the pre-market, or at least last I checked. Looking at it right now, it seems like it's pulling back. And finally, don't forget that today is the end of the month. That means pension funds, index funds, and large investors might rebalance portfolios near the close. So a late move during the day, whether it's a squeeze, whether it's a dump, might not be caused because of news. It might be because of positioning. And we will probably see today or find out whether Amazon is going to help hold technology go to the upside, or whether Apple is going to drag the whole market to the downside. Remember, it's the last day of July. And honestly, after this week, it was a crazy week filled with so many events. I kind of feel suspicious that it's going to be a quiet Friday. Now back to Peter and the economic calendar.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thought to have because it is likely to be a lot less active. And, volumes might be okay because we're going to have a lot of repositioning, but I don't expect big moves. That being said, you just never know. So that's why we like to be ready at all times. The economic calendar should be pretty good. What's going on here? Oh, I don't know what's going on. Why is my screen? What are we showing here, Carlos?
Whatever
What's
you're showing.
That is not
What
my
screen?
screen. That is not
What
my
screen are
screen.
you
Well,
on?
I'm very confused because that is not the screen that I am showing. So hold on, let me
Hmm.
try again here. Oh, entire screen. You know what? Maybe that's why. All right, we'll try this again here. Hopefully, this is the economic calendar that I wanted to show you. As Eamon said, there's a lot of stuff, but it's not major stuff. So it's a quieter Friday. The employment costs index that he mentioned is coming out at 8:30. That minimal market impact at 9:45. The Chicago PMI might have a greater impact, but unlikely. Usually on Friday, they do not schedule any big economic release data. So the rest of it, frankly, you could ignore, right? All the 10 a.m. Michigan consumer expectation. I don't think I've ever seen the market really react to that. And then in the afternoon, as we always get on Friday afternoons, you get the oil rig counts and the oil information, which is interesting, especially if you trade that commodity, but otherwise not so much. So, anyways, that's it. Pretty light day. We can focus on the big gappers list and the earnings. We did have some good earnings this week. I like how the market kept it simple for me. It was the M's on Wednesday. It was the A's yesterday. Today, I was looking for a nice letter for the day today, but there is not. Maybe it's the C's. We're spelling Mac today. We got Cameco and Chevron. So how about that? We'll spell Mac for the day. But
There you go.
anyways, that's yeah. So let's see what's on the gappers list.
Absolutely, friends. Let's jump right into it. Our gappers list this morning, as I mentioned before, brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Tools just like this one, Market Atlas, and many more available here. So definitely go check that out. All right, our gappers list right now, there's a bunch of stuff in the green, as you can see here. We'll start with a couple in the front, but then we're going to get to our main story. There's so many earnings that are going to be important for us to keep an eye on, and looking forward to see how those trade this morning. First one on deck, AXTI, trading nice this morning, up 36%, 1.2 million shares traded. You can see how nice that is. The daily also looks interesting here, has been very weak, and now the last 2 days getting a little bit of a pop. Doesn't get great volume, but we definitely have seen this one before. I'm not sure if it's made our list, but maybe today, because I do like the pre-market action actually quite a bit. Peter, latest and greatest on AXT. They're doing pretty good right now, up 36%.
Yeah, I don't normally like to trade these guys, but again, they're the A's from yesterday. It was one of the A earnings, along with Amazon, Apple, and AXTI. But yeah, they beat their numbers in quarter. They had a good quarter. As we saw favorability come back into all of the chip sector. So they took advantage of that, and they released their earnings at a good time. So they by the way, they don't, I suppose, technically make chips, but they make wafer substrates. So basically, they make parts of the chips. They make the components that make up chips. So, anyways, I said I don't really like trading these. We have seen them on the list before. You're right, Carlos. It actually looks good pre-market, surprisingly so. So I don't know. Maybe it's worth watching. I'm doubtful that I would bother to trade it at the open, but maybe. I mean, it's up 36%. And if you look at the daily chart, while it's up 36%, it's still way off of the all-time highs, which it hit back about a month and a half ago when it was up at $140. And coming off of a $40 price, that's you got a lot of room here. This thing could move if investors choose to push it there.
Yeah, it sure can. Like what I'm seeing there. Maybe a second. Sorry, may I have some mute. Maybe a secondary for now. I do like the way it looks. Yeah.
Your mic you sound like a cyclone. Your
hold
mic's
on.
all choppy.
Let me reset.
Gotta reset that, baby.
1 second here.
Actually, before, have you already reset it? It's maybe too late.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. I wanted to
Right.
make you do a Doctor Who thing. Yeah, I wanted you to say
Oh,
exterminate. Say exterminate. Anyways, never mind.
yeah, we'll do
Next
it
time
next
it
time.
happens, we'll
Yeah,
get you to
yeah.
say that. Yeah.
Absolutely, we'll definitely do that. All right, friends. Yeah, let's continue here. So AXTI, I'm gonna add that on the secondary list in a second here. All right, here's a big one. Amazon on deck this morning, up 10%, 3.6 million shares traded in play. Clearly, crushing things this morning as we're up 10%. So doing very well on Amazon. Peter, fill us in on what's happening with another A's ticker.
Another one of the A's, yes. Well, Eamon sort of already talked about it a little bit. They had earnings. The biggest component of their earnings was Amazon Web Services, which of course they're going to promote, right? Because they are proving that they are actually making money off of AI. Again, they're sort of at the front end of the process, right? They're not the chip manufacturer, but they're the ones that are actually selling AI compute capacity. And they're saying people are buying, right, as much as they can sell. So they're really showing that there's a lot of growth. Anthropic, they wanted to highlight as one of their biggest customers. And they were saying how they were just buying and buying and buying. So that's good news for Amazon. It's interesting. It's interesting days for me when you get a company the size of Amazon saying how a lot of the revenues are being driven by a non-publicly traded company called Anthropic, which is still in pre-earnings, pre-revenue stage. So it's just, I don't know, it feels a little bass-ackwards, if I can say. But this is welcome to the world as it exists today. So companies that are not making revenue are spending lots of money to companies like Amazon that are making money hand over fist, and I guess that's the way the world works now. So, as long as long as the investors get paid off in the end, I guess the whole world is happy. But I feel like somewhere somebody's got to lose in this whole equation, right? Like, and hopefully it's not us as the consumer all losing our jobs. But anyways, somewhere along the line, the buck has got to stop, and I just don't know where that is. But in any event, Amazon had good earnings. As you can see, they're gapping up quite nicely. They were actually in play yesterday as well. They actually moved fairly well, and then you can see this massive jump right when earnings were announced. They announced right at 4 o'clock, and we saw this huge move up right to the expected range and have kept going. So I'm actually pretty impressed with Amazon. Again, remember, not a small company. So while might say, well, it's only 10 or 11%. It's 10 or 11% on Amazon. So, that means that they added, only about $300 billion worth of capitalized value to the company overnight. So yeah, it's a good morning for Amazon. Again, I don't know, is it going to go up or down at the open? Either way, it's worth watching. It's definitely making my list.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm going to put it here on my primary list as well. Looks great for this morning. And again, the volumes there up 10%. Should be a lot of fun. And this daily, how about that? That's looking pretty good too as we get into this pre-market session here. All right, continuing down, FNLC. We've seen this one before. Doesn't normally trade very well. Energy ticker, Fluence Energy is the name of the company. They are up 9.1, 354,000 shares traded. And again, we saw this before actually when it had a lot more volume right over here back in May and in June. And it normally does not trade very well. So again, I'm not a big fan of it and probably won't be watching. I think there's going to be so many better things to look at this morning, Peter. I'm sure this probably is not going to be on your list.
No, but they're riding the whole wave of energy companies that are providing energy to AI data centers. Again, feel like a broken record sometimes, but that's the news that's moving the market. In fact, they have some fans over at Citigroup. Citi gave them an upgrade on the stock. They issued a very glowing report saying how they've got lots of demand and backlog as a result of this demand, and they think that the stock is one that's going to go much higher. So, I mean, again, looking at the daily, it's got room. I mean, just get back to its May-June levels. The stock price could double from here, and we haven't even hit all-time highs yet. So, maybe this is a swing trade. For a day trade, I think you're right, Carlos. Yeah, it's probably not. It's not the big thing to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Let's look at the next one, NIBS, which is a nice one. I do like to trade this one once in a while. So NBIS, excuse me, NBIS. This morning we're up 8.3, 1.3 million shares traded. And pre-market looks okay. I mean, I like the volume, like the gap up, but there's not a whole lot happening. But it is a stock that I do like to trade. It's done well for us in the past, and man, sitting here at 204, a couple of really hard days for it here into the last week, but trying to recover since yesterday and today. So maybe one, I don't know. I want to leave space for the good stuff. I know there's a lot of good stuff coming down the list here. But Peter, what's your thoughts on NBIS?
I mean, they're just riding Amazon's coattails this morning because they build sort of AI solutions on Amazon or AWS when the client demands, as well as in other environments. So the Amazon's growth is just seen as good news for Nebius and other companies in the industry. So you're right, Carlos. It's sort of like it's good. It does move. I have to admit, maybe I should be watching this more often because look what it did yesterday at the open. It did move quite nicely. It's one of those ones where sometimes you see trades in the chat room where some of our members are trading it, and it's like Nebius and what's the one that Kyle? Kyle always watches SMCI, and I'm always like, no, I don't want to watch it. And then he gets like trades on it every second or third day or something, and I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should be watching it. So I feel like it's a reasonable candidate to watch. It's just one of those, it's almost like a coin flip as to whether any given day it's going to be worth it or not.
Yeah, agreed. I'm at least going to throw this one on a secondary. I can decide later whether we want to move it up or not, but I think it's worth having it in somewhere in your list here. It looks pretty nice this morning. And yesterday, just looking at the charts, as you mentioned, that looks awesome. All right, continuing, friends. Let's see what else we got here. RAM, you know what that is already. Shouldn't be on this list. AAOI. Let's look at that one. Then we'll jump around to some of the stories that are the stuff that's gapping up this morning. And if you look at all the semis, MU, AMD, everything is on here. SMCI, as Peter was just mentioning, also gapping up. Some Chinese tickers, BABA also on deck this morning, up 2%. So some things feeling really, really good this morning. But AAOI is next. This one we are up 6.5, 443,000 shares traded. I don't think I ever have put this on my list. I know we talked about it before. I know yesterday was mentioned too, Peter, if I remember. It was not yesterday, sorry, the day before. It was on our radar at least. Today they're up here trying to bounce back from a daily that has been just kind of weak over the last month and a half. What's your thoughts on it, and will you be watching this one?
Well, again, this is another coattail rider. While Nebius was moving because of its ties to Amazon, AAOI is rising because of its ties to Microsoft. So, because Microsoft went up, because they had, I should say, because they beat their earnings in their quarterly report, that's seen as good news for AAOI's business. So you can see that they are moving higher. I don't. Look, the whole sector moved. That took AAOI up yesterday. They're moving today again, like the whole sector. I would defer to another one. Right. Again, if you want to play this, pick one that moves better. Pick one of the stocks that just gets a little bit more volume that we regularly watch. That would be my opinion. I mean, how could you watch anything else after like AMD, for example, made such a massive move yesterday? $70 from the close on Wednesday to yesterday, only $30 intraday. But even so, who's going to complain about a $30 move? And Andrew rode that to make $40,000+ on the stock yesterday. So he has an amazing way of finding the right stock and trading the heck out of it every single day.
Yeah, that is wild. All right, friends. Peter, let's stop here. Let's just go to actually, let's do this. Let's do our feature story before we let the chat room go over to Jared, which starts at 8:30 this morning and every morning that we are live. So let's do our story with Jared. Then we'll come back and see what Peter likes of this gap up list this morning. So, Eamon, tell us what our feature story is for today.
Awesome. So yeah, let's talk about Amazon adding $20 billion in spending, but still going higher. So let's do a quick summary before we start. Amazon went 10% after hours. The revenue grew up to 37%, and they raised capex up to $220 billion. Alphabet Cloud, 82%. The backlog over $500 billion, but the stock fell after higher spending. And the Meta had revenue over 28%. Capex raised, and the stock also fell after margin pressure. So this week kind of gave us a good lesson about AI spending raise. Now, the market is not simply rewarding companies that spend money, and it's also not simply punishing companies that spend money. It's asking one question. Can you show me exactly what this spending is building? Amazon increased its 2026 spending plan by $20 billion. The stock went up. Alphabet increased spending, it fell, and Meta also increased spending, and it also fell. So what's the difference around here? The answer is not that Amazon had demand that Google did not. Google had demand. The cloud grew more than 80%. The backlog passed $500 billion. Customers clearly want more computing power. The difference is the story investors heard behind the spending. Amazon had a clear message. We are spending more because customers are already waiting and we still cannot build capacity fast enough. The CEO said that demand already secured for 2026, for 2027, and it is stronger than the company's ability to provide it. And that changes the way investors see that spending. This makes it sound more like filling an order book. Google's story was a little bit more complicated. It's spending heavily across several different battles at the same time. It's spending on search, it's spending on its AI Gemini, it's spending on Google Cloud, it's spending on AI infrastructure, and obviously some of that spending is creating value. The cloud growth is proof of that, but they have a lot of their budget going into parts that are not generating money yet. And investors are still trying to understand how much of that spending is creating new revenue stream. The market's question is, are you building the future because customers are pulling you there because they're piling and you cannot provide capacity at the moment, or because competitors are forcing you to spend so much just to hold your stand, trying to win an AI battle where the winner is unclear? And this uncertainty is the key factor around here. Metaphors had a different problem around here. The company also showed strong growth. The revenue increased to 28%. The advertising is strong, but the profits moved in the wrong direction. The operating margin dropped from 43% to 31%. Then Meta increased the spending plans as well. And investors looked at that and asked, how long do we wait before this investment starts showing up in profits? Amazon gave investors the answer they wanted to hear. The growth is accelerating, the margins are expanding, the customers are signing contracts. The spending is obviously painful, but it's fully focused into the parts of the company that show return. Now, there is obviously still a risk because Amazon's free cash flow is now negative over the past 12 months. Spending $220 billion is huge commitment. And if AI demand slows, then the company would end up with too much excessive infrastructure that it will need to maintain without making any money. But for now, the market is making a distinction. It's not saying AI spending is bad. It's saying, show us the receipts, show us where you're spending the money and how much the company is generating from that particular spending. Microsoft passed that test with Azure growth and the steady spending there. Amazon passed it with AWS, accelerating and increasing profits. Google and Meta showed strong businesses too. Nothing weak around here, but the investors wanted a clearer proof that this spending is going to translate to revenue and into bigger profits. So that is the difference. Do we have the data out, Peter? I can see that you're looking for it.
I'm looking. Not yet. We got another 20 seconds and then it should be out. So,
well, guys, I'm 20 seconds earlier for the show then.
It's all good. All right. Let's give you those numbers before we go to Jared and see what that looks like. Yes.
Dude. Anyway, so it's coming. It's guys. Do you think that song is there? You go. So 0.9% is the employment cost index versus 0.8. So look, not a significant variance. It's within the realm of the variance. So I think that the market feels free to promptly ignore that data. So no big move as a result of that. No surprise. So there you go. We can hand the chat room over to Jared, who is I'm sure waiting eagerly in anticipation to take over.
All right, excellent. We'll let Jared do his thing, friends. We'll catch you guys a little bit later. All right, let's continue here. Kind of going through this gappers list. Before we go to the gap down, Peter, anything you like in the gap up that we didn't get to yet that you might have on your list today?
Well, we already talked about Amazon. Obviously, that's probably number one on the gap up list. In passing, Eamon mentioned CVS, which had earnings. Also, one worth what? Now, this is CVS. I want to be clear that I'm talking about, as opposed to CVX, which also had earnings. CVS had earnings last night, as opposed to CVX, which had earnings this morning. So, but anyways, CVX, the oil company, had earnings this morning, and they, like Exxon, they already had so much growth, it's hard to push this stock higher. So we'll see what happens with that. The other one that I thought was just interesting, Carlos, just because they, if you're hungry for a new stock, Jersey Mike's. Do you have any Jersey Mike's near you? Must have Jersey Mike's near you, Carlos. Here in
tons.
Yeah,
tons. Especially here in the northern part of Jersey. Yeah,
it's got to be the birthplace of Jersey Mike's, I would assume, right? Anyways, they IPO'd yesterday. JMKE. So there you go. JMKE is Jersey Mike's ticker symbol, and if you want to trade them, they opened and unfortunately dropped off the open yesterday, and never really sort of recovered their anticipated value. That being said, it's technically a green candle for yesterday, just because they opened so low compared to their strike price, and today they're gapping green a little bit. So obviously we don't have much data because they only opened at about 1 o'clock, something like that, 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So, but I thought I'd mention, in case you guys like your IPOs and you want to see something new, you can trade Jersey Mike's now.
All right, there you go. Let's see how that turns out. Very light volume, not a whole lot of action on it, but we'll see how it does. All right, friends, let's get to the gap down. This morning we got a couple on here down some big percentage. Look at BIOA. Let's take a look at that. BIOA. This is down 60%. Wow. Big drop for them. Not much volume though. Only 432,000 shares trade. So not really in play. The float on this was 31 million, so a little bit on the lower side. Not sure what the news is, Peter. BioH Labs. Usually these biotech companies are not great for intraday trading. This one seems to be falling under that as well this morning.
Yeah, this is maybe showing the downside of partnering with a big biopharma. So they had a partnership with Novo Nordisk for their Zeus IL-6 inhibitor. And it failed. It's failed its endpoints in phase 3. So, whereas a big company like Novo Nordisk is like, oh, well, it failed, moving on. Right. And if you look at their stock, they're doing just fine. If you're the partner where you staked your entire company pretty much on this thing working, you're going to be down 60%. And so, whereas in Novo Nordisk, in Novo's hallways, I'm sure they're like, well, that's too bad. Let's take a look at the other 25, products we have in the lab and see how they're doing. BIOA, I'm sure, are running around the hallways. BioAge with, like the world is ending. So I have this image in my head, of course, of people in lab coats going, ah! Anyways, but yeah, 60% is not good, especially if you have a lot of stock. There you go. That's them in the break room right now. They just, they need to wear a lab coat, and that would be perfect. But in any event, yeah. So not a good day for everybody at BioAge Labs.
Yep, not a good day for these guys. Probably not tradable. Very light volume. We'll leave that one alone for now. Look at this.
Look what's on the gap down list for the first time.
Okay, let's go to some action here. I'm surprised we're gapping down today. This is DFNS, which went up. We were talking about this last night because we had our webinar last night. Was it last night or the night before? I think it was the night before.
It was the night before.
Yeah, night before. Yes. And man, this thing hit like 108 or something, 100 and something. Yeah. It was just wild. But looks like the party is might be over.
Finally?
Or is over.
Maybe finally. I mean, look, this is all meme stock activity. It is absolutely insane. It made no sense. Yes, you're right. It was up A pre-market, it was over 100. It sold off a little bit yesterday, and then gapped down heavy at the open. I mean, it was like you said, I think it was 108 or something like that at the peak. Within about 5 minutes of the open, it was down at $60. And then made a little bit of a recovery to close yesterday at $85 or 84.98. And today, it's gapping down about half of its value at $38. So, don't feel too bad for this stock, even though it's down 50 or 55%. 2 days ago, it was a $20 stock. And again, a week ago, this was a 5-cent stock. Again, I just want people to keep that in mind because you just don't see it on the chart. Remember, they had the 1 for 125 reverse split. So, this is just an insanity play to begin with. So the fact that it's down, whatever. Oddly, Carlos, it's shortable. Now,
I find that hard to believe.
Isn't that amazing? Like, I see only 20,000 shares available
Yeah,
short,
see
but
that.
it says it's shortable. So, okay.
Well, maybe. I find it hard to believe, but yeah, and nevertheless, guys, be very, very careful. You never know. Like, you might think, hey, this is going back down to $4. You'll be surprised. You start thinking, yes, a definite short, and next thing you know, this thing is sitting up at $60 again, right? So just be careful. Have a plan if you do decide to trade these insanely low flow stocks that are just so volatile this morning. So just be careful with that one. Won't be on my list, of course, but fun to watch. Fun to watch. See the price action go nuts there for no reason besides just people pumping it up. Here's Glue, and Glue is down 31%, 429,000 shares traded. Doesn't look good at all. This is Monte Rosa Therapeutics, another therapeutics type company. Again, these just don't trade well. They don't get the volume. So we're probably going to move on quickly from this one, Peter, and go to some other ones that are better at the bottom.
That whole story we mentioned with, what was the BioAge? Yeah, BioAge. The Glue is in the same trial, so they're another small company that partnered with Novo. So Monte Rosa Therapeutics also, they're also in that same break room, that fiery break room. Not having a good morning.
Not having a great time for sure, as we get a live picture of what's going on there right now, and you can see things are not looking so well. But then we also have NVO down, nowhere near as much as these two, obviously. Glue 30%, BioAge 60%. NVO down slightly, but not really. Business as usual, as Peter mentioned, for these guys. Now, did they get a drop this morning? I'm assuming it's because of that news as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. NVO might be more tradable actually than these other two ones that you saw. Volume 3.2 million shares traded. That's a lot of volume just this morning.
And this is where you just got to be careful. The news is negative. The failed trial is a problem. It's almost like the other two, Glue and BioAge. I would say they may be in for more pain. Novo Nordisk, this could be a recovery play. Right, because again, remember the size of the relative size of the company. Novo Nordisk, which is has 69,000 employees, doing $51 billion in sales, compared to Glue, which does 42 million in sales and has 150 employees. So just the scale of these companies is just radically different. So.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I'm checking on X. People are saying that X is not up and running, so I'm checking on that to make sure what's going on there. But there's two good ones coming. Well, not good ones, but two that we know. Reddit is next here, Peter. They're down quite a bit this morning. Actually, 14%, 609,000 shares traded. Again, this ticker. A recent IPO compared to how long other companies have been, right? The IPO last year, well, not recent. IPO last year has some initial success, and then now gapping down quite a bit here with some okay volume, not the greatest, but earnings for them, or looks like earnings because it happened right after hours. Yeah.
And they increased their numbers quarter over quarter, and I mean, technically, I suppose, had a good quarter, meaning that they beat the guidance they provided, But depending on which analysts you look at, they didn't necessarily meet the analysts' expectations. The concern, of course, is the forward-looking guidance they provided, where analysts were looking for growth, and they're like, "Hold your horses, we may not see it." And remember there was some news about them before, where a lot of their the conversations in Reddit were being purchased for AI learning, and Reddit has said we might not want to do that anymore. Might not want to sell all of that data for the AI learning, and or they're going to other sources, and that's going to be a drag on their growth prospects. So, again, it's an interesting, it's an interesting environment where I feel like everybody doesn't quite know what to do with these AI. The companies that serve AI, right? That wasn't their core business. Their core business should be running, the Reddit chat conversations and running that platform, but they were making more money off of selling the data. So remember, guys, when you get to use a free platform, you are the product. And if we haven't learned that by now, we're really not paying attention, because that's exactly what YouTube. I mean, hey, here we're live broadcasting on YouTube. They don't charge us for it, but they're making money off of us. So just like they make money off of all of your Facebook posts, they make money off of all your Reddit conversations, Instagram, Snapchat, on and on and on. So that's just that's the way the world works. We happily seem to provide all of our data to them, and they will happily then sell it to marketers who pay big bucks. So welcome to the new economy. Which is not that new. But again, if this sounds new to you, you might want to pay a little bit closer attention to what's going on. So in any event, Reddit gapping down this morning. Again, I think their company prospects are still pretty strong. I'll be interested to see. Like, I wish this just traded a little bit more volume, because I would be looking for sort of a mid-morning recovery on this stock. I think it's still well positioned, and that this 15% pull down is a little bit overdone. But because it's a NYSE stock and it trades low volume, you can't count on that for today. So for those reasons, it's not going to make my primary list. I'll keep it here. I might flip to it every once in a while, but I wouldn't even put it on my secondary.
Yeah, we'll see how that does. But again, I'm with you on that one. All right, X is up, guys. I restarted it, so check out the link. It should be working with no problem now. Not sure why it didn't work earlier, so I just stopped it and did it again, and it's working. All right, Roblox. Let's go to that one. Then Peter will hop around and go over to obviously Apple, which we talked a little bit about today, which I will have on my list today as well. But here's Roblox actually not doing so hot, man. Down 22% right now, 2.3 million shares traded. Some good volume on it. I do like the way Roblox trades. A few times I had it on my list. It's done very well for me, so I will add them on here. Looks like last night taking a bit of a dive here after hours.
So what are you doing, Carlos? What's going on?
Not buying enough, I guess.
Yeah, like you're going out. You had a day off yesterday. Instead of sitting on the computer with the kids, buying them little Roblox, whatever you spend money on there, little uniforms and
uniforms and skins and cars and whatever. Yeah.
Instead, you're out. You're making cake and eating ice cream. Like, come on, man. What do you do? Get online. Roblox needs your help. They cut their guidance. Well, I shouldn't say that. They withdrew their guidance, which is just it's the same effect as the cut. In fact, maybe even worse, because just pulling it back says, well, we don't know what it's going to be, so we're just going to pull our guidance back, and we're going to sort of reassess. So anyway, so that got the market concerned more than anything. They had some in-quarter earnings that they released, with some revenue growth, and earnings per share was up, but the market doesn't care about that. What they care about is what are you going to do next quarter, and that was not the best story. So there's still time, Carlos, for next quarter. Yeah, they whip out that credit card. It's time to start buying on Roblox with those kids because they need your help.
Time to buy B-Bucks, I think it is. No, B-Bucks is the other one. That's the other big game. Fortnite, I think it's B-Bucks. But yeah, time to start buying some more. Okay. Yeah, something like that.
I've never been on the platform, so I have no idea how it even works. But
yeah. All right, we'll stop here. Apple, of course, in play today. Down quite a bit here, 8%, 3.6 million shares traded. I'm going to have this on my list. I mean, we heard from Eamon, we heard from you a bit as well on Apple. A big drop after earnings last night. So not being rewarded for what they're doing. So yeah, I'm going to add them on the list, Peter. Anything else to add on this ticker? Should be a good one for today, hopefully.
Yeah, on Apple. Well, I mean, we already talked about earnings. We know Apple has always been sort of doing the opposite of what the market has been doing overall. And look, it was in a tough position. It was at all-time high. It would have been hard for them to say anything that would drive the stock price higher. So I'm not surprised to see the drop. I'm not going to guess, though, as to what it's going to do today. We got to remember it came off of all-time highs. So, it's down 8% pre-market. It could very well recover that, or it could keep going lower. I'm honestly not sure which, but I think it's worth just watching to see. It's almost like the earnings are irrelevant. It's sort of like, just another day on Apple. Just keep watching it. Let it sort of tell you what it's looking like it wants to do. I can sort of make a case for both directions on Apple here, so I'm definitely going to be watching it.
Yeah, for sure, definitely on my list as I added it on here. And did they mention anything about AI? Anything with their AI series stuff? I mean, I haven't looked at any reports on it.
In the conference, they did talk about it. There were sort of a number of questions, but most of the focus was on the limited availability, or their warning that they may not have enough chip supply to meet production demands. So that's really what got the major focus. So it's interesting how relatively quiet I felt they were on their AI story and AI background, which again, it's amazing to me that you can be silent on it and still do well. It's almost like they outweighted the market, right? Because remember how they were being punished before about not talking about AI and being behind their peers and competitors? And now it feels like not talking about AI is benefiting them, because while everybody else is stagnating or starting to drop, they were hitting all-time highs. So it's almost like they played the smarter game, which probably shouldn't be a surprise. Apple's always been a little bit different to approach the market differently, and you can't argue they've maybe figured it out better than most companies as to how to play the game.
Yeah, that is.
They make us pay a premium for their products, and we keep doing it, right? So,
hey, when you have a good product, and half the world loves it. Well, not half the world, maybe a quarter. It works. it works.
So half the world uses it, a quarter of the world loves it.
That's true. That's true too.
The other half of the people that are using it are doing it because they feel they have to, or they don't have another option, or because the rest of their family, company, or whatever are using it. So that feels about right to me.
They set up a good ecosystem. I don't know how I'm sure FaceTime has gotten much better with other companies, but I remember I tried going to Samsung, Peter. I don't know if I remember, but if I told you, but I did try to go Samsung probably like 2 years ago. And the minute I try to FaceTime, my daughter's going to be 13 this month. I try to FaceTime her, the quality like through a Google something, like a different app, whatever it was, WhatsApp or whatever. The quality was so bad.
Yeah.
I was like, nope, this is not working, because we do FaceTime a lot. So I'm like, nope, this is not working. Yeah. Going back to iPhone. Like literally that same week I went back and changed it.
Yeah. I ended up on an iPhone because I had a Windows phone, if you remember when Windows was Microsoft was in that game, and I loved it. It was like one of the best phones I ever had, I got to say. Sort of like my BlackBerry, but it had no apps. They did not do a good job of integrating with all of the online applications. People weren't developing for it. So my kids were busy talking on Snapchat. They were using WhatsApp. They were doing all this stuff, and I couldn't participate. And I was feeling left out. So I ended up moving to an iPhone, and then I could, sort of be active with the rest of the family. So yeah, sometimes, it's just you just got to go with what's easy, and if that's what the kids are using, then sometimes that's where you go. So
yeah, that's it.
Anyways,
that's it. All right, friends, Apple on the list for sure. As we move on here, let's go to our fun fact of the day. So looking forward to what Eamon has for us today.
All right, guys. So
Fun fact. We need a theme song. I want a theme song for the fun fact.
when you make a theme song, I'll make
Ah.
actually fun facts and not just facts.
Remember when we used to have theme songs, Eamon, for your segments
Oh,
in the
I
chat
remember
room?
that. I actually
Yeah.
have it downloaded somewhere. I need to find it.
I'm gonna find the chart so I can put it on here. Just so we had Eamon do a rap battle with Andrew, and I think I did Hotel California for you. Anyways, I'll find that. Anyways, I'll let do your fun fact.
Yeah, while we are searching, I'll do the fun fact. So, guys, yeah, here is an interesting number, 37%, and that is how quickly Amazon Web Services grew last quarter. AWS produced more than $42 billion in revenue in just 3 months. That means that Amazon's cloud business is now generating revenue at a pace of almost $170 billion a year. And Amazon Web Services was once something that most people did not understand. They built computing infrastructure for its own website, then they realized that other companies might pay to use it. Today, this side of the business is helping finance one of the biggest technology buildouts in history. And this is a useful reminder before the today's in history lesson. On July 31st, 1790, the United States granted its first patent. It went to Samuel Hopkins for a better way to make potash. Potash was made from wood ash and it was used in fertilizer, soap, glass, and other basic products. The patent was signed by President George Washington, Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, and Attorney General Edmund Randolph. So this entire US patent system began back then with a better way to process ash. Not computer, not rockets, not artificial intelligence, just ash. Only three patents were granted on that particular year, and today the US has issued almost 13 million of them. And those patents protect everything from medicines to engines to semiconductor designs, softwares used in AI, almost everything. And this is the interesting part. Major industries, they rarely begin looking major. AWS started as a technology for online bookstore. The first US patent covered fertilizer made from wood ash, and the early version of an important idea usually looks boring. It looks small or it looks sometimes strange. But at that moment, it is difficult to recognize that this boring idea could actually become something big. Um, so yeah, that's basically the fun fact for this. Sometimes boring ideas quietly become the foundation for everything that comes next.
All right, awesome, Amy. Thank you so much. We'll catch him a little bit later at 11. He'll join us, and Peter's gonna look for some music for us. Peter.
All right, guys. So see you at 11.
We can't.
I'll
If
be
you're
back here on
playing
YouTube.
something, Peter, we can't hear it.
No, I am like going through a whole nostalgic moment here. Eamon, hold on. We back in the day, remember I used to do intros for Eamon because it entertained me, and
It entertained me. I like that.
It's entertaining me too.
we did Eamon as the greatest showman here. Do you have anyways? Remember this? When we used to do the
wow,
trade,
I remember
this is
show?
oh man, you're going back.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're going back in
Oh,
time. Like this is like I don't know, 5-6 years ago. I did
It's more, probably more.
Oh yeah, I have to look at the dates. I did epic rap battles of history. Do you remember that? Where it used to be, I did epic trade battles of history. Eamon,
Yeah.
look at Eamon. Look at him all ripped back there in the day. Look, you remember that picture, Eamon? That's going back. Versus Andrew Aziz. Oh man, I remember doing that stuff. That was so entertaining. Let's see if you guys can hear this. Let me try and play one of the songs that I had for Eamon. This is like horrible. Do you remember these? Hold on. Where's my sound? Oh no.
Yeah, this is going back,
sound?
man.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let's see if I can get this. Why is my sound? There it is. Hold on.
Trade show. Trade show. Trade show with Eamon. It's Eamon's trade show.
I don't know if I'm not even sure if you can hear that, but
We can hear. It's not the best quality, but we heard a little bit.
no,
Yeah.
no, it was bad quality. Anyways, and I did the last one. I'll just aim in. This will bring you back here before you go. Remember this one right here. Hold on, there we go. So
Oh,
instead
yeah,
of
I
kidding,
remember this one.
we did aim in the trader, and I like rewrote the lyrics to the entire song for him, and
You have
and
to
we
play
were
that
playing with.
one.
Yeah, that was a classic, man. And my singing is absolutely horrible. You guys don't want to
It
hear it,
was
but
actually good. You need to play that one
it
out.
was
You
quite
need to play that one.
entertaining. All right, well we'll do that some other time. But anyways, yeah, it was pretty. I had a lot of fun doing that stuff back in the day. I mean, we're going way back now. I'm actually,
Ah,
you're right. 2020, I think, is when 2019, 2020 is when I
Yeah.
was doing this stuff. So yeah, it's going back.
wow.
Anyways,
Time
Well, guys,
flies, man.
yeah, yeah.
Crazy, crazy.
make sure not to miss the YouTube shows because one day Peter is going to play that song and it's
You
going to
never
happen only
know.
once.
You just never know when it's going to happen. Indeed.
Exactly.
All right.
All
All
right,
right. We'll
guys.
let you
So
go
I'll
now.
see you at
All right.
11.
But thank you.
All right,
So
Amy, we'll see
bye-bye.
you a little bit later at 11. All right, friends, let's my list right now, Amazon, Roblox, and Apple. I'm probably going to ask some semis for sure going into today's action. We didn't talk about SpaceX or Tesla, one of our two of our other usual suspects on deck here. If we look at SpaceX, what has it been up to? It's been kind of quiet, looks like, on SpaceX. So it's just kind of hanging out here around 110. It's kind of found a spot to be at. So just kind of not minding his own business there. So not much going on SpaceX. Still a good one to watch. 1.7 million shares traded this morning. Look at the movement you're getting here in the pre-market session. I think it might be one to keep an eye on. And the other one we mentioned was Tesla. I saw Tesla at 20 something yesterday. Was it two? Yeah, I was like, oh man, Tesla under 300.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
Tesla
concerning.
was getting the crap beat out of it.
Oh man.
Yeah, well, I mean, is it like Tesla's, it's not like Tesla hasn't done this before. Where it's
True.
moving back and forth, but yeah, it was. I mean, yesterday I think most of its trading was in the 300s, but just barely in the 300s. But yeah, overnight it definitely was down below, and it was trading at 293, 294. Today, I don't know. It looks like it might trade a little bit higher, but yeah, it's Tesla. Oh, Tesla.
Yeah.
We'll see where you
Yeah.
go.
So
Yep.
go ahead.
No, it's an interesting range. If you just move back a little bit on the daily chart, you can see this about a year ago. It was trading in this same range. So
Yeah.
we've got a lot of support in this range that it can that it could sort of stick within for a little while here until we find some new buyers. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
Tesla's in
Absolutely.
play. Tesla's always in
Yeah.
play.
Yeah. It's hard with earnings to come up with new tickers, guys. A lot of this stuff is what's hot, right? I'm gonna add Tesla. SKHY has been treating us very, very well. So I'm gonna look at that. SKHY. What's doing today?
An old ticker
Yeah.
that I can bring back for you that we might want to
Mhm.
look at. Coinbase, which had earnings, and as you might expect, what have Bitcoin prices been doing recently? Nothing. So
Yeah.
what do you think has happened to Bitcoin trading volumes? Right, they've gone down pretty significantly, 25% almost decline in most areas. So a lot lower to trading volume, and that means less trading revenue for companies like Coinbase. So Coin had earnings, and I would say I don't think it should have been a surprise, but by no surprise, the analysts were not happy. And they said that they are, they sort of beat the numbers they said they were going to do. So that wasn't the issue. The issue is meeting the analysts' expectations, which they essentially didn't do. So and Coin is what are they looking at right now? as a stock. Yeah, they're down 6% on fairly low volume. Actually, I was surprised. I was hoping the volume would be greater on coin so that we could take a better trade on it. But you sort of look at the data. Look how it's just it also like with Bitcoin prices being in the doldrums, their stock price has also sort of been stuck in this choppy range. So maybe this morning, maybe this will be enough to push them at the lower end of the range, and they can go all the way down to 140. I don't know. I'm thinking, is it worth watching? I was hoping for more volume because I really did want to watch this today. So far, I'm thinking not. It's got to pick it up. Pick it up, coin.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, volume is definitely not enough at the moment to add this one on here. But yeah, we'll keep an eye out for it. I like my list: Apple, Amazon, Sky, SKHY, Tesla, and Roblox. And this is I'm placing this based on the order I think I like them in. Right, so Apple, Amazon, SKHY, Tesla, and Roblox. So I kind of rearranged them on what I'm gonna be watching here. CRWB is also on our gappers list as well this morning. Someone's mentioned it in chat. They are up 3.5, 1.4 million shares traded, and they're up that much even after hitting 79 and dropping down some more. So again, they gave some back into this pre-market session. So I'll go into watch. They always get decent volume at times, and it looks like they've been trading well also. So I can't watch that many. I will add CoreWeave to our secondary list because I think it is a great stock to watch at times. So I'll put that on my secondary list and see how it goes from there. All right, Peter, I'm happy with my list. As far as you go, anything that maybe we haven't covered from either the gap down list, the gap up list, or just anything overall that you're watching that we have not mentioned?
I'm reading the comments.
Yep.
And Coroni is trying to influence the market with his comments, I guess. So I mean,
he's trying hard. He's trying really hard.
It's not us that are going to make the market move, but
yeah, you got to go to Nancy Pelosi or something. You got to go to Congress, man. You got to go to like the politicians. Like we can't help you. So I've been reading his comments. I haven't addressed it because, like, dude, what are you doing? We can't help you, man.
What are you gonna do? Yeah, look, we can't make the semis move.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't know where this market is gonna go overall. Again, it's still. I've got opinions long term, but that doesn't help me trading over today, next week, next month, next year. Frankly, my opinions are much broader and are good for longer term investing, but not so good for what the stock is going to do. Any stock is going to do in the next little while. So I'm going to keep trading these things. I'm going to keep trading the semis because you're right. They're in play. We're going to need chips. The demand is still through the roof. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. It doesn't necessarily in the market recognize that because the problem with the market is it wants growth, right?
Yeah.
And that is it's a funny thing. So think of Amazon, NVDA, AMD. They're producing chips at record numbers, right? They're pumping out as many as they can, as fast as they can, at the highest level possible. And if they just keep doing that at the same level, you think that would be a recipe for a good company outcome. But the market wouldn't recognize that. The market says, no, you need to actually grow capacity. You need to sell more and more and more, right? We want percentage growth numbers, which, at a certain point, it's not sustainable. Like you just can't keep growing at the same pace you can when you're a smaller company or when you're building out capacity. So anyways, it's a funny thing of how the market works. And that's why we get these pullbacks, right? Why the market does all these big retracements. Because it's almost like you get to wipe the slate clean, you reset, and we say, okay, now let's take a look. Oh, you've got 5% growth? That sounds great. Right. And then we start all over again. Well, next quarter I want 6%, and then I want 8%, and then I want 10, anyways. I find it a funny game. And being as long in the tooth as I am and as old as I am, I've seen this cycle go through several times. And there's we were talking about this the other day, Carlos. I can't remember if it was yesterday or some other time when they're like, how the Wall Street likes to hire young traders. And one of the things they say is, why do these patterns keep happening? It's because they keep hiring new traders that haven't seen it and think it's all new. So to them, it's like, oh my God, like what's, it's like a whole new process, and they think things can go up forever until they don't. And then everybody gets surprised and the market drops, and then, then we get the recovery. Why does that pattern keep happening? Yeah, in part, it's probably because it benefits Wall Street. They make money on the way up, they make money on the way down, and they like hiring young new individuals who haven't been through the cycle many times because they might trade more conservatively as opposed to those that are, this is all fresh and new to them and are willing to sort of go all in on every move. So
yeah, yeah. I agree. Yeah, Ben, I seen that story. You know what? For what we're doing, yes, it affects AI and whatever they're trying to do. With the purchase and how down they've been in July. So I get all of that. But at the end of the day, man, I just want to see what these price actions are going to do. I want to see the market open. We're going to take advantage of how it's moving, and I take it as a grain of salt. Like, you just never know what the outcome is going to be on price action, even with these guys buying and doing this and doing that. I mean, I don't know what that's going to translate into actual price action, to be honest. So I saw the headline, and I honestly, I think the bigger news is these earnings. These earnings and wash. That's the biggest news for these markets right now. I mean, that is what the market is waiting for. What is our buddy going to do in the Fed with the rates, And man, what a job that is, Peter. That's a job that no matter what you do, you are not going to win. It is a lose-lose situation if you're a chairman of the Fed. It's just insane. No matter what he does, he's going to be wrong for a lot of people, right? So it's just wild. All right, before we head to our community events announcement, friends, let's look at what you guys have this morning. Citadel wins. They always win, right? They always win. They don't lose. All right, let's see here. What else we have, guys? As far as tickers, PLTR, let's take a look at that one. That's being mentioned in chat. PLTR this morning, pretty quiet today. Does not mean that's not going to trade well, but pretty quiet. Their volume also into the beginning of July has died down a little bit. Nothing crazy, but I don't see a great pre-market action. Pretty flat as far as the gap up this morning. So I'm not seeing anything too crazy on it today. So might leave that one alone just for now. BE Bloom Energy, we've been talking a lot about that this week, and today they're up 5.5. This is a great stock for those that like to trade the stock. If you like the price action on it, if you like the way it moves, you like the volume profile, go for it. I think it's a good one. I think it's in play. You can turn the daily. We're getting some movement. I personally don't like the way the volume is on this one. I don't like the price action, New York Stock Exchange ticker. So it doesn't fit what I like in a stock, right? So, but I think it's in play. I think a lot of you guys have been watching it in the chat here. So yeah, put it on your list if you have the space. I think it's a good one. Who mentioned this? NC Trader. I believe you mentioned it when I was here. What's the last 2 days ago? So yeah, I think you love BE, right? Yeah, there you go. If you love it, by all means, put it on your list. I'm not a big fan with the way I trade.
I'm catching up on some of the comments here, and
yeah,
that people were talking. Ben, you're mentioning this Citadel trading loss, and it's funny. I have to admit, I wasn't even aware of it, and frankly, I don't care. But it's interesting that that from you were saying that this is the what did you call it? The biggest news of the year, really? Like the fact that some, a rich investment fund is losing a lot of money or making a lot of money, it happens every day, in my opinion. This is just Peter's opinion, but like, I don't care. They make bad bets, they make good bets, right? There was a time when every single one of these people were the darling of the market, and then they they trip over their shoelaces, and then they're the pariah of the market, right? And Kathy Wood is one of the few that has managed to recover from a trip. Normally they trip and then they're dead to the market and everybody moves on, but she seems to have survived a couple of missteps. But it's like, I don't know. I mean, I maybe this is me being jaded. I've been around too long. I've seen rich people make dumb investments and make really smart investments, and trillions of dollars trade hands, and you're like, the market just keeps on marketing. So maybe I'm just too jaded on the whole thing, but like I'm more worried about what little money can I make. So
I got you. But yeah. So we'll see how it affects things. But I just think they're just gonna keep on moving, man. I don't think it's gonna be too much of an impact. All right, I think we're set, man. Let's head over to bearbertraders.com, friends, where we can see what is happening in our community as we kick off this Friday. Let me get my my charts there, my monitors there, actually. Here we are, webinars. Today's Friday. Peter, let us know what's happening today.
There you go. So I've validated Ben's point of view that I don't care. Sorry about that. If I've offended you. Friday is a pretty light day. In fact, in the community, we do not have this boot camp. As far as the best of my knowledge, I don't think this boot camp prep meeting is happening today because Mike is traveling. He said he was going to be unavailable for the rest of the week, so he's on the road, which means it's a pretty light day in the community. If you want to, but we have in Canada, it's a long weekend. It's not a long weekend for the markets. Carlos, is it sort of a long weekend? You don't have an August long weekend in the U.S., do you? No? You're on mute if you're talking. But
oh, no, yeah. I'm saying I don't think so. I was on mute.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. But I do know this. You're starting to see the people leave the States in like droves. Like the way they're going into Spain, the way that the migrants are going into Spain, they're leaving the state down south, right? Because you only got a couple of weekends left. So I know a couple of friends that left yesterday. The traffic yesterday was crazy. Everybody's going south. And the next couple of weekends are going to be insane. So imagine a lot of people are going to be doing that. It might be a little bit less volume. People are turning their regular weekend into a holiday weekend, right? If they're taking off. So that is definitely happening in August.
Yeah, well, we have, I guess because our summer is shorter, we have like we literally just call it the August long weekend. Sometimes we're not all that creative in the naming, but anyways, so we are having a long weekend this coming weekend, and I was thinking, oh, the markets are going to be closed. Nope, markets is business as usual on Monday. So I guess I've got to. I guess I got to come back and do some work. But anyways, I find it interesting that we've got the trading that's happening as usual. And I said, I'm looking at the comments here, and there are summers in Canada. Hey, now. Calm down. Anyways, but that means that we're also taking a little bit of a break on the stuff that we're doing in the community. But that means that, I was going to say a long weekend is a good time to join the community because then you can be ready after the long weekend ends. But it's not a long weekend, so you can join anyways. And then you can be ready to be there Monday morning when the community opens and everything goes. And if you want, go to bearbulltraders.com and you can you can take advantage of any of the membership options that make sense for you. And while I'm doing this, I'm trying to look up the story here of you guys are making me you're making me laugh here because you're talking about, I need to find this Business Insider article here where we've got a story of Leopold Aschenbrenner, who apparently had a big meltdown in his stock because he was the whiz kid. But I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, seriously, this is me. I guess this is just me being mean a little bit. Carlos, I know it might shock you.
Yeah.
Me being mean. But I just I look at this guy and I'm like, so this guy was put in charge of running a hedge fund. He blew it up, and this is suddenly like big news. Look at this guy. I mean, not there's anything wrong with it, but I'm like, yeah, I guess it doesn't. I don't feel surprised that this kid Leopoldo Aschenbrenner blew up his hedge fund. I bet
How
you
much?
I bet you he thought he was invincible, and the market taught him a lesson, right? Let's see. He graduated class valedictorian at age 19. OpenAI fired him in 2024. And then he went to and then he went on to work for this big hedge fund. I'm trying to find. Reportedly, he had a position worth $20 billion that he basically blew up. So
the story repeats.
Yeah, like again, doesn't this happen all the time?
Happens a lot. Yeah, it happens
well done, Leopoldo.
all the time.
It happens all the time, and I just like, this is what these kids do, man. They get put in charge of billions of dollars of other people's money, and it all goes well until it doesn't. And
that's what happens. Like, it's funny because nobody talks about the part where of all the money they actually made, taking the risk that they're taking, right? Because it's just like, oh, I made a mistake and it failed. No. You've been doing this and you've been getting rewarded, and a lot of people made a lot of money. Yep. But now it's time to get the rug pulled, and this is what happens, right?
And the bigger funds, what they do is they set these kids up to run their own funds, and then they take a part of it, and they're happy to take part of the profits. But the second that they make the misstep, and like Leopold here, and when things blow up, they just abandon them. They literally cut them off and say, "Oh, look, the guy screwed up," and they move on to the next one. It's
use
harsh,
and abuse.
Welcome to Wall Street, baby. That's that's how, there's no crime.
The screwed up part here, the people that get hurt are the ones that that invested their money in there, like actual individual investors, right? Where that money is coming from, those are the ones that are hurting, right? It could be a couple of thousand people, millions of people, but those ones that get hurt. The firms, no problem, and these guys too. I'm sure he's probably fine. I'm sure he probably got his stashed away, right? And made a lot of money, and whatever the case may be. So that's
I mean, I hope so.
I hope he did.
Sometimes these people aren't smart and they don't. But if you're smart,
That's true.
you just siphon off just a few million and put it in another account, and then at least you're okay. You're not in the billionaire club anymore, but it's not like you're having to go work at McDonald's for your next.
Not going to apply to Chick-fil-A. So
I don't think I'll be seeing him as a Walmart greeter anytime soon. So, but anyways,
that's not going to happen.
I mean, who knows? With a name like, I hate to judge people based on their name, but with a name like Leopold Aschenbrenner, he probably just moved back into the east wing of the parents' mansion, and he'll figure
in the East Hamptons, because they're probably still in the summer home until probably the end of this month. So, end of August. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Friends, we are set. I got my watch list. Looking forward to today. Apple, Amazon, SKHY, Tesla, and Roblox. We can start doing some levels for this stuff. I mean, we should be ready to go. And yeah, let's take a look on how this is happening. Oh, what happened? Oh, share the joke.
Oh no, Rakesh. He said, "You guys have zero understanding of business. Please stop." Okay, I'll you can have your opinion and we'll have ours. I get the microphone though, so haha. It's Friday. I'm a little punchy.
Yeah. Oh anyways. Boy, love it. Love it.
Anyways, look, I'm looking for stuff I can trade and make money on. So notwithstanding what's happening out there, there's I think I'm hoping, like, again, as Eamon pointed out, it was a very busy week. We had a lot that happened. We had a lot of stocks moving up and down. I still think we're going to get some price action at the open. I just think it's going to sort of die off relatively quickly, which means it probably is going to be a pretty quiet afternoon. But Fridays usually are. It's a Friday in the middle of summer after a busy week, right? Like, we've got all the conditions for the market to sort of calm down through the afternoon. But those can also provide surprises. But anyways, I think the open is going to be some good trading. I'm hoping anyways.
Yes. Same here. All right, friends, let's get into some levels here. And we'll start with Apple. So let's do some levels for Apple here, as today is, again, tons of volume this morning. As we got the drop here, not feeling so hot. But you know what? It's not the end of the world. These guys have been pushing all-time highs, and they're just right back to where they were beginning of June. Not a big deal. And hopefully, let's see if they can hold the line here and give us some good trading opportunities. So, low of the pre-market, 306.32. The high of the pre-market hanging out at 313.56. I'm going to put it right on there. So that's good. And then if we look up here, right above that, we're looking at 321.48, and then we're looking at 301.27. And that story, Peter, reminds me of the one with if you guys remember Bill Wang. Same situation. Bill Wang, he had a good position where I think he went again telecommunications company Comcast and all that. And it was when Comcast dropped huge. This guy lost like 24 billion in like a couple of hours, right? Brought down a couple of firms with him, but it was not the first time he did it. Like, he had a family firm before, and he did the same shit there. He wasn't hurt.
This is interesting, Carlos. I called up his name, Bill Wang, and
comes right up.
The Wikipedia, the entry in Wikipedia, Bill Wang is an American investor, trader, and convicted fraudster. I'm like, okay, this is the guy you remember.
Yeah, and it's funny because he got around the system. You guys got to look at the whole story. Very interesting. He got around the system that he was able to do some kind of trading that different firms did not know how much money he had invested in the same vehicle. He was able to hide it from each firm, right? So they didn't know that they were all in that boat. That boat went down, they all got screwed, right? So he was very smart about that. But I'll be surprised if, like, did they really not know? And it's just they were making so much money. Like, you know what? Let's just turn an eye. Like, I'm sure that stuff happens. These guys are very, very smart. But if you're making money, it's okay. When you lose, you're on your own. You're going to jail. You know, so it's the same story over and over again. Different faces, different names, same
different
thing.
version of the story. Again, The Big Short, if you haven't seen it, it's a different version of the same story, right?
Right.
You know, the banks turned a blind eye. They were building all these subprime mortgage groups and selling them off. And, you know, they understood in principle what they were doing, and they just didn't care because they were making so much money, you know, for so long that they didn't care. And then when it all fell apart, what do? They go to the government and say, help, you got to help us. Anyways, never mind. Now we're getting to dangerous territory, but
Apple looking good, guys. Oh man, losing the law of the pre-market here, so that's looking interesting. Like the way that is setting up this morning. Let's go to Amazon next. Amazon also looking great today. Volume 5.9, so really good volume here as we're gapping up this morning. Low of the pre-market 259.10, the high of the pre-market 266. 69, and if we zoom out a little bit, let's take a look here. 253.87, and then down to the bottom here, 247.89. Towards the top, in case we do push higher, you got an area, a good one actually, 270.84, and then of course you got your all-time highs up here, around, what is this, 278ish, 280 or so. But yeah, that's good. Amazon looking great here. SKHY has, guys, treated us so well. I mean, this stock, it doesn't even look great today. It is up 6.7, but the pre-market action, we've seen better for sure. But man, what a great trader it has been, especially with the 5-minute ORB. Every time we touched it, it has delivered. Let's hope it can give us a good opportunity today as well. 160.85 is good. That's the high. The low, 155.84. Towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last two trading days. And then right here, we look at 167.07. And then up to the top, 177.69. So once you do that, friends, you are all set to go there. Let's look at Tesla this morning. You know what can happen too, Peter? Part of this thing is that, are we becoming immune to these stories? Right? Like, I get it. This guy lost even more than Bill Wang, but it's becoming like, okay. Like, a couple of, maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago, like, oh my God, we would have had a bigger reaction. Or are we just becoming immune? What's the deal?
Well, I think that, you know, the problem is, like I said, you know, because you and I maybe, or me especially, I'm very grumpy apparently this morning. So, and I feel that I'm immune to the stories because I've heard it too many times. The market, though, is not immune to these stories. So, you know, so some of the comments here, they're on target. The market does care about these things because, again, it keeps repeating because it has an impact, and people act like it's the first time it's happened. Again, I've used this analogy before, so let me use it for you out there. If anybody's had a teenage kid, the market always makes me think of like having a teenage child. If you have a teenage child and the first time they fall in love, they are like, these emotions are so strong. I love this person so much. It's going to last forever. And they say to their parent, you just don't understand. You have no idea what it feels like. You just can't possibly, because it's so strong. Right? And then as a parent, you're like, dude, how do you think I got married? How do you think you're here? Like, I had the same emotions. We've all been through it. That's the perspective you get as you get older and you've been through the process, and you look at somebody who's going through it and you're like, you're not the first one. We've all sort of been there, you know, and you think it's going to last forever. You got some rude awakening, but you know, I can't tell you that because you're not going to hear me. You can't possibly believe the story, right? So think about that in terms of the market now. When the market goes through this and they're like, oh my God, this big hedge fund melted down and they did a bad event thing. And I'm like, yeah, it happens all the time. We've been through it. But it feels like every time the market's like, no, this is the end of the world. Do you understand how important this is? And I'm like, I understand how important it is to you. Let me just tell you, the rest of the world, like in the big picture, it doesn't matter. So that's my analogy. That's what it always feels like to me. So I hear what some of you guys are saying. That's just my perspective. Is it jaded? Hell yes. But it's jaded based on experience, in my personal opinion. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go. That's funny you mentioned that because a lot of us can relate to that. My kids are not there yet, right? They're very young, but I have a very close
Get ready,
friend
Carlos.
that
It's coming.
his boy is dating. He got 4 kids. His son is dating, and they're like, "Hey, listen, it's you're not in love. This is just it's just your girlfriend. You're not in love. You're not gonna get married." His response was, "Well, your mom did it," and him and his mom got together, high school sweethearts, right? And they made it work, and they're very successful. I mean, they had kids when they're young, but I mean, they just have a great, successful career, life, everything. House, pool. So they have no argument. They're like, oh, shoot. They're not going to say, like, oh, well, your mom did it. You know, it's like,
You got me.
I'm like, damn. So they're like, Carlos, you got to talk to my son. I'm like, I'll try, but, you know, he's got the best example at home. It's going to be hard to beat that. So, all right, friends, let's continue. But good, well said, Peter. Absolutely. Next we have here is SKHY, which is the levels for that one. Let's go over to Tesla. Tesla here, as it goes lower and lower towards the bottom, you got plenty of levels. I don't think you need to add anything else. High of the pre-market 317, 317.26. I think you're set there, and above that, we gotta go to the left a little bit here. Wow, we haven't been here in quite some time. Almost about a year ago, actually exactly about a year ago. Looks like. So if we go to the left here, we look at some other levels on the daily above that 317.30, which is your pre-market high. You got 326.25, and I think you also can a little bit lower. Yeah, right around here, 333.77 for Tesla. So there it is, looking pretty good there as far as Tesla goes. And last but not least, it's going to be Roblox on my list. Again, big drop, decent volume. We are down here 21%, friends. So hopefully this can give us some good opportunities. 37.44 is the low of the pre-market. The high 42.15 right over here. And then if we go to the left, we're going to mark down, what is this area? Let's see, 40.86 towards the top. I mean, 45.24. Man, this is down a lot. This is getting, look at the daily on this thing. We haven't been here. There's a new 52-week low. Oh man, kids are not buying. Well, parents are not buying for their kids because some of these kids don't have their own accounts yet. 37.44, and then towards the bottom we do have 36.22. This is good. Hopefully, this means that kids are going outside. You know, hopefully kids are going outside and not gaming as much. Now that would be awesome.
I hope so.
Do that. I hope so. I know that's not the case.
So. Yeah.
But you know, hopefully that's happening. Yeah.
I do miss. It's funny because I was outside doing something and I heard these kids screaming, like, you know, and I realized they were playing and yelling, and I'm like, it has been a while since I've heard that in the neighborhood. Kids just outside running around, and I'm like, at first, because I first heard it, I'm like, what is that noise? And then I realized, you know what? That is awesome to hear. Actually, you know, calm down. I'd love to hear a lot more of that. So you're right. It'd be nice to have kids outside running around, just play.
Yeah. Anyways. Absolutely. All right, friends. 2 minutes and a half to the market open. I think we're ready. We got everything set here as far as my list goes. And Peter, tell us what our team is watching in the chat room.
Yeah, team's starting to get their list in. Andrew's joined the chat, so and Brian's there. Let me talk about their list first because that's what everybody wants to know. Andrew's got Apple, Amazon, Micron, AMD, SanDisk, and Tesla on his list. So Brian's got Amazon, Tesla, and AMD. He also put Apple on the list. Eamon is going to be watching Apple and Google for some potential longs. Jared is going to be looking at Apple, Amazon, SanDisk, Micron. He's got a big list here. On a secondary, he's got Meta, Microsoft, Roblox, and Reddit. So the M's and R's on the secondary. Eamon's got 2 lists here. He's Apple, Google, and Roblox. This looks like are the 3 he's looking at. Paris in with his list. He's going to be looking at Apple, Amazon, Roblox, Tesla, and AXTI. Although he says that, you know what he's trading. He usually just sticks to a couple of stocks. He's probably going to be trading Tesla more than anything, but you never know. And then Kyle is going to be watching Apple, NBIS, Roblox, and SMCI, of course. We were talking about that a little while ago. I put my list together, like I already mentioned to you guys. I'm going to be looking at Apple, Amazon, Reddit, Coin, Tesla, and for fun, I'm going to keep an eye on Jersey Mike. So there you go. So that's what all our mods are watching. Carlos, of course, has his list at the bottom of the screen. trade whatever suits your style and what tickles your fancy here this morning. We got about 40 seconds here to the market open, so let's get ready. Carlos, what do we have to do?
Friends, let's get your affairs in order. Make sure you do that as we get ready for the bell. So let's make sure that is the case.
Getting my affairs in order.
All right. See, let's get Peter in here. Let's get our market atlas. Just kind of setting up our screens, friends, to be ready for the market open. And the bell's coming up pretty quick here. What happened, Peter?
Oh no, I just realized we didn't have a chance to
To do what?
get my screens in so that I could share
I
trades
know.
easier.
Oh, yes.
Anyways.
Yes. Okay.
There's opening bells rung. Let's
Opening
go.
bell.
Where are we going to find some trades?
Yep. I'm setting up my list here, friends.
Microsoft popping up. All right. Watching the market here, waiting for our first opportunity of the day. Andrew's watching Amazon, thinking it might actually be a long here. The Atlas does look strong. I'll give him that. And it is getting some support at the VWAP. We'll have to see if it holds here. Well, it looks like it's dropping. I went long Amazon, Carlos. I was decided Andrew was right, and it looks like a good move here. There we go. Taking a partial already on Amazon because we just got to the high of the pre-market. I can't hear you, Carlos. Yeah, I think you're.
Oh, sorry. Am I on mute? Oh,
Yeah.
I probably was on mute. Sorry about that. I was talking to myself. I was gonna say I like that trade, man. I should have joined you guys on that. Let's see if it holds here. The 1 minute ORB. I don't want to chase it now, but beautiful 1 minute ORB here. Damn, I missed it. This wants to go 266 high. Oh, beautiful, Peter. Take that partial. Well, no, do your plan. Follow your plan. Hold if you want to hold. But that is, oh man, what a trade.
There we go.
That's nice. That's nice.
There we go. Through 267. Oh, there we go. Taking a little more off.
Nice. Yep.
All right. So this is going well. Let me I'm just gonna do something while I'm in this trade here. See if
That
we can
is
do this.
beautiful. Good stuff, Peter.
Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's just that's a textbook 1 minute ORB, man. Off the VWAP. Oh,
Hold on. This is me.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're
Okay.
trying to do.
I think I've cut off the sound and everything because I don't want to cause
Okay.
problems. But what I thought I could do is at the very least I could share this screen.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need to share this screen anymore.
Yep,
So
I got it.
there you go.
There it
So
is.
now we've got a trading screen, and we can take a look. There's my trade, my entry,
Nice.
my two partials so far.
Ah, it's beautiful. Excellent.
So trying to get a little more aggressive here at the open. Remember I said I was going to do that like a week ago,
Yep.
and I didn't do so good last week, but this week I've been trying to be a little more aggressive, and it didn't really pay off for me as I was traveling on Wednesday. Yesterday, I ended up sort of break even across Tesla. I was having trouble with it, so it's good to start with a nice green trade here. Let's see what we got.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to take more off this trade. I just like I just don't know how much higher. I don't have a lot of faith Amazon is a big long-term runner here, right? That it's going to go very
I don't
far.
know, man. Being one of the few that's actually doing well in this sector, we
Yeah.
might see a little push higher, man. We
I
might see
don't
that,
know.
but
It's,
we'll see.
we'll see. If it can't break up now and it goes back through 268, I'm going to take a partial. Otherwise, I'm going to hold. I'd like to see it through 270. That would be good.
Yeah.
But let's go. Here we go. Andrew seems convinced it's going through 270. All right, taking that partial as it pulls back a little bit. This is good. This is good.
Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, I think it's going, man. I think, given the story, it has a story behind it. Everybody else is not looking as great. I think this is going to do some good stuff today. All right, nothing for me yet, friends. Trying to figure out where is the next action for me.
So, Andrew has got in and he's added. He hasn't even taken a partial yet. I don't know.
Really?
Man, I'm already partialing out. No, he
he's
added where I was partialing. That's
he's
aggressive.
he's being very aggressive and very patient.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure the news is out, right? So I think, becoming a father.
Yeah, he put it in the newsletter. So
Put in the newsletter. He put it on
this week-
Instagram too. Put it on Instagram as well.
Oh yeah.
You know,
He's a dad.
he's a
He's a
dad,
dad
man.
now. So
Now he's
look
a
at
dad
that. Isn't that amazing?
trader. That is
Yeah.
amazing, man.
So welcome to the ranks of fatherhood, sir. And he's got
Yes.
all the fun ahead of him. So we'll see. We'll see if this pays off. He just added again on his Amazon trade. He's
He
convinced
is,
this thing is going up through 270. I'm not quite so convinced, but Andrew's the
Yeah.
master. So, buyer beware if you're going to bet against him. But I'm sort of happy that I took my partials as I did.
Yeah.
I still got some. I mean, obviously, if we go to 270, I can take some more off and then see what happens. But I'm just debating, should I add? If Andrew's adding into this, maybe I should add into my trade.
Do it, Peter. Do it. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is the type of aggressiveness we need in this market.
All right, I added into it. So
Oh,
there
thank
you go.
God it's working right away because I was
And
stressed.
I doubled my size. So,
Yes.
Oh my God, Carlos, I got an
Yes.
immediate pop. Look, it moved my average all the way up to 266 here.
Oh, I
But-
love that.
Oh, wow, look, I added. Look at me.
Look
269.
at Peter, guys.
I got.
In it to win it,
I
friends.
added really
Oh.
heavy too, because you goaded me into it. I gotta take a.
I know.
partial.
Once I told you, I was like, "Shit, this better work." That's the last thing I want to do is tell somebody to
Right.
add, and it
But-
doesn't work.
but then I got someone to blame. Damn you, Carlos.
I know. See, I'm your out.
Instead,
I'm your out. So
Well, look, I on that partial alone, I can buy you lunch. So I'll.
there you go.
I owe
Oh,
you-
it's beautiful,
I owe you-
Peter.
I
Very
owe you
nice.
a
Very
drink
nice.
at the Relays.
You know, our
There you go.
our thought process was nice on Amazon. It's like it's strong. It's got the story behind it. You know, it's not a big mover like some other ones we've seen that just take off. Like AMD just takes off, but this might be slow and steady. I think that's the play today. Let's see. All right, friends, nothing from me. I'm still searching. We'll keep it on Peter's screen since he has an active actual trade going, but I have not taken anything yet. Apple is kind of quiet, hanging out at 301.27. And I'm just searching for a trade here. Look at Tesla. Is Tesla going to put in like a major 5-minute engulfing? Popped up and right back down in you know, just under 10 minutes after the market open. And look at Tesla's 5-minute. Look at that. So it's very, very active. This morning. Let's see where we go here.
Tesla's just dropping like a stone.
Mm.
Why is it so? Let's see.
What is happening?
Tesla does well. Atlas is a little.
Yeah, Tesla's.
There's a lot of orders down here at 309. You know, because 309 is right near the previous day close, so I get that. But it's also heavily loaded. 308 has even more.
NASA, great call, man. I missed it on Apple. I actually thought it was just gonna hang out and be choppy. I didn't think it was gonna sell off, but yeah, it was a good 5-minute ORB, man. Especially if you look at the 5-minute range. I missed it. You know what? I paid so much attention to the 1 minute. I just thought it was just gonna go sideways and not give us anything, and I was wrong. It actually is selling off pretty nice, but I didn't think that was the case. You know, the way that 1 minute was setting up here. All right, a little bit of a pullback on Amazon, but it's holding the 20. It is holding the high of the pre-market 266.54. Peter, I hope you're still in. If it can go up some more here.
Oh yeah, it
Nice.
came close actually to my new break even because I said I doubled my size, so it moved my stop halfway between, you know, my earlier ad and then the ad I just had. So it was pretty aggressive. You can see it on the chart I've got there. So, but as long as we stay above 266.50 like we did, I should be fine.
That's your new break even. So guys, that's what Peter has said. That line is a limit order for his new break even stop, right? So
correct, yeah.
Let's see.
My original entry was 264.50-ish.
How does Atlas look on this thing? How is Atlas on Amazon?
It was very bullish up to 270. So I see why Andrew was going there. Even now, there's like 220,000 shares sitting at 270. And it's actually looking pretty empty between here and the highs. So I that makes me nervous, right? There's just not a lot of order volume sitting there to draw it up to the 270 level. So it looks bullish to 270, but it doesn't look like there's enough short-term interest to make it go there.
Okay. All right. Our buddy, the FNS, down 60%, guys. Halted to the downside. Party's over. You don't want to be at 3 a.m. in the bar seeing what's left. You know, you want to.
I just got
be done early
on Amazon. I went down and hit my
that's a shame.
my stop loss. So,
surprised I didn't hold.
But it's one of those where, you know, I can't. I guess I'm not that unhappy because the partial I took made me as much as the value of the original shares that I had. So, you know, it's like I made my money and it didn't actually cost me anything because, you know, I just got out at my break even was just a little bit higher. So
yeah, but anyways, I think this is part of the problem right now. I mean, that's causing. I don't think Amazon wants to sell off, but when you got the market, you know, on a spiral, you know, that's a problem. Because it'll eventually put some pressure on stocks that even want to be strong. Amazon's up 13%. I don't think we would have had this stalling if the market was not doing what it's doing right now. I think we would have kept going higher. But yeah, pretty aggressive drop on the SPY. I'm sure some other names are dragging it lower. Tesla could be one of them. Apple as well. Actually, Apple doing what opposite of the SPY. It's rebounding now. Look at that. At VWAP. Thanks for the call out. Let's see.
It's amazing, isn't it? Apple just keeps doing the opposite. What is the market doing? Apple's like, hold my beer. I'm going to do the opposite every time.
Amazon at the VWAP as well. I just don't know about shorting Amazon. I think Amazon, the minute the SPY shows any kind of change in direction, I think Amazon is going to follow suit. Right now, SPY is still very weak, though.
Oh my goodness. We got Brian in the chat room is trading Tesla short. He took Tesla looking to get back to the PDC. He almost got there, but Brian, he takes it and then he partials quickly on the way down. So he partialed. And Carlos, I don't know if you noticed in the chat room, we have yet another person who got paid for their funded account in trading terminal. Tagore managed to maximize the payout, got paid $10,000. And who was it that here was like leading the list? And
Elisa.
Is that it? Andrea or Elisa? Or
I think it was Elisa. She was like 64,000 or something in profits. Like what? Rushing it.
Yeah.
But here it is. Max payout. Max. I'm not sure. Max payout 10 grand. So congratulations on the win. That's awesome. Yeah, Lisa is crushed it on the leaderboard. She should be getting her payout pretty soon as well, if not already. Looking forward to her certificate coming up here as well. Oh, man. The humanity on Tesla, guys. The humanity continues lower. Apple going,
I should have shorted Tesla. I was trying to short Tesla yesterday, Carlos, and it was not cooperating for me. I finally got it to move just before I handed the mic over to Kyle and Eamon when I got a good short. So it ended up working out for me, but it was a rough go. I mean, look at it now. Jeez. I was distracted with Amazon, but I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Taking it along on Apple VWAP breakout. Let's see here. I like the signals. I guess I should just watch the SPY and just make sure that if it starts turning around, I get out. Because it's going to do the opposite of what the market is doing. But Apple long, friends, great VWAP setup here on Apple. So let's see if we can stick to it. We will love 307, which is our high of our day here, 307, 306.90 to be exact. Let's see if we can get the continuation on Apple will be nice. Let's go Apple. Ooh, oh man, I look at this. Ooh, ouch. Down to 27, down 70% now. DFNS, just a bloodbath, friends. It's almost like a certain short. Like maybe I should have shorted this. It's almost like certain. It's still 20,000. I should have shorted this pre-market when you mentioned it. But again,
you think you would have been able to get some shares?
How much I would have taken? Let's say I would have taken. I think we would have gotten 100 shares. I wouldn't have taken more than 100 shares because that is a very speculative a trade.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I would have only taken 100 shares, and I don't know, man. It's a good question. I don't trust this 20,000 for some reason. I don't think that's actually there. And I'm not going to test it.
The fact that it's still sitting there at that same level seems...
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate.
I'm willing to bet if you tried, you wouldn't get filled.
Yeah. Last time we did it we did one share because we were just testing. One share you probably will, but anything significant like 100.
You did it. You did it last time. Let me try it.
Yeah.
I tried one share and I got rejected.
So okay, there you go. So that's it. I'm glad you did that. Yeah, I should have done that too, actually. Because now we know that this is not fully up to date. You know,
one share reject. The contract is not available. So
yeah. So this is not fully up to date. So yeah, when you see something low like that, when you don't see like 1.7 million, you see something like 20,000. This is very little, and it's probably not going to be there. not in a stock like
And
this either.
I just tried again just to see, and yeah, I guess second time,
Yeah.
same message. The contract is not available, so yeah, it's not letting me actually short
Yeah.
it.
All right, back to my trade here, guys. I'm not
Yeah.
getting the push higher on Apple. Don't like that is struggling to get going here.
Oh, Amazon got the bounce at the VWAP, and Andrew's still
Yeah.
holding in here. Carlos, you know what you said about his patience. I gotta Andrew some credit. I hope he's listening, because Andrew, I don't know that I've ever seen you hold so patiently. I hope it pays off for you. But what patience? Like, for him not
He's
to
doing that
partial?
more, man. He's doing that more. He's
I
done it a
know.
couple of times with AMD. It could be he's realizing, because we had mentioned this before. If he would just hold this here, because he's always getting the
Yeah.
move, right? But by the time you look at his chart, there's so
Right.
many partials. If he would just hold to here, he'll make so much more. And I think he's probably saw a couple of winners, how much the return was, and say, hey, I'm going to start doing this
You
going
think?
forward.
What's going on? Andrew having kids, showing trading
Yeah.
maturity. I don't know.
What's
Carlos.
happening?
Yeah, what is
I'm
happening?
not used to
What's
this.
going on, man? I can't handle it.
Oh, man. All right, let's see. So we
You
are
know,
trying to hold
before-
Apple. Yeah.
This is like what happened. Remember we were talking about earlier about how we get jaded on these, big hedge funds losing billions of dollars, and we're like, it happens all the time. And this is what happens.
Yeah.
Everybody says, I'm never going to get old. And next thing you know, they're walking around in their Teva sandals and their black socks on the lawn, and it's complaining about the kids that are throwing garbage on. Get off my lawn.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Before you know it, we all end up there.
Absolutely.
It's one of those funny things, Carlos. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, how do you explain to a young person, especially all these people like on the social media that are, like influencers and stuff, and
Yeah.
are, how many people are absolutely convinced they're never going to get old because they're just like, I can't imagine being so old and sad like that. I'm going to the clubs every night, and I'm making money being a social media influencer, and I can always think about that. Like all these pretty young people. And hey, enjoy it when you're a pretty young person. But I keep thinking, like, how many sort of pretty old people are there out there? Not many, right? Like, there's really not many at all. Like, we all end up sort of
Yeah.
looking the same, right?
Yeah.
But just age takes you. And those that try and avoid it usually have terrible plastic surgery. And you look at them and you go, "Ooh, like you would have been better off just going with it, man." Like that was not a good decision. But anyway,
plastic surgery I don't get, but if you are going to go that route, just make sure you don't overdo it. That's the thing. Like, there's something that looks okay, make it look as natural as possible, but just don't overdo it.
No, they all overdo it.
Yep.
Anyways, but
come on, Apple, turn the other way. Turn the other way. Apple's giving me a hard time.
yeah, come on, Apple.
Give
Do it
me
for
a
Carlos.
hard time. Well, actually, it's a really a hard time, Carlos. You're just right at break even. You're not like batting your stop loss. Like, it's not a hard time yet. It can get, but it's not really a hard time yet. Like, let's. I gotta come down. Yeah.
But I mean, in fairness, I got to grant you, if you're looking at my trade, like it's I got in and was immediately green, so that's
It's nice
that's a
when you
much-
get that buffer right away.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's a much easier time. I'll give you that.
Yes,
for sure.
Agree. Now I think that the SPY now possibly going red. I get it. Apple tends to do different, but if the SPY continues with this heavy red, I think everything just starts to kind of bend the knee. Even Apple, I think we get to the point like, okay, we're gonna go lower, but it's trying to hold here. I need the SPY to just kind of settle down a little bit. Don't keep going red, because I think eventually that will affect Apple. That's my thoughts on it. I know we joke around and say, oh, it always does different than what the SPY does. It's not really true. It just happens to be that way. There's no connection there. But yeah, I need to go the other way because it's going to start affecting my trade here. That's what I'm thinking. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see what Apple does. Yeah, see, we're just not getting. These candles are very interesting. Just down, down, down. None of them are able to make a new high, which is a bit concerning.
Tesla. Oh my God, Tesla was the short though. Oh, what a great short on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla was. There's a couple of things that actually did very well, like that Tesla, SKHY also sold off, Roblox as well. Almost everything on my list, man, sold off. Besides even Apple at the open, besides Amazon and Apple, everything else is just red. Tesla went red. Everything is in the red right now. So
Well, I'll go back to something I said pre-market. I was looking forward to today, this morning, thinking that we might get some good price action. I feel like we have got some pretty decent price action. Not
yeah.
the easiest of mornings because we had that initial pop up on the market and then a much bigger sell-off here. And I can see so many things that have followed that pattern, including the semis that did that same thing, Meta, even Tesla, right, follow that same pattern. So let's hope Apple sticks to its knitting and does sort of
Yeah.
the opposite and goes for you, Carlos. I was sort of lucky that Amazon didn't follow that pattern, and I got, or at least it didn't go as deep as the rest of them, so it got support
Right.
at VWAP, and now hopefully it goes higher through. Let's see if we can go through 269 this time. That's where I got my last partial up at 269. It's a shame I could have re-entered, I suppose.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's funny. Someone was saying yesterday, Carlos, in the chat room, because I was in Tesla short, and then I was actually trying to put a stop in, and because I was on my, I was on the other computer because I was running the show. I realized I didn't have all my hotkeys, so I tried to do it manually, and I screwed up and put in a limit order that got taken immediately, and I got stopped out of the trade. And it really
Okay.
stuck with me. Somebody that made the comment, "Boy, if I had $100 for every time you made a mistake, Peter, I'd be rich." And I'm like, you're right. I seem to make a lot of mistakes especially when I'm trading live with you guys. And people are
Yeah.
like, are you nervous? I'm like, I don't feel nervous, but I am forcing trades a lot because like you want to trade for the crowd a little bit. You feel like
Yeah. Yeah.
and
You
also I'm trying,
want. Yeah. Yeah.
and I'm trying to learn the open. Like I keep saying, it's not my natural state to trade.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
open type plays. So but it just really stuck with me that like so I probably do need to focus on reducing the number of errors because that would help my trading quite a bit.
Mm.
So I'm sort of happy this morning that I was able to trade. By the way, I am using the old version of the program because the other thing, oh Carlos, that I could share with you yesterday, I
Yeah.
was discussing it with in the chat room and with others. I was saying like, guys, are you using this new version because it keeps it just keeps lagging. I can't on
Really.
my and it doesn't lag on my new computer, but it lags on my old computer. And I realized the new version of DAS only has a 64-bit version, and I'm not sure if that's what's causing the problem because maybe I'm running it just an old enough platform that it's not synchronized properly. But others said they've seen the same thing. There's been a lot of feedback to DAS, and they've acknowledged that it's a problem, but aren't prepared to do anything about it. They basically say get new equipment. so
It
so
doesn't make
know
any
that
sense. Doesn't make
yeah,
any
so that may be
sense.
problematic for you and I that are trading off of like they're not bad machines. Like my machine is it's perfectly good and
Right.
it's
Right.
got all the compute capacity I need for trading, but if the software is going to cause lags, that's problematic for me. So
Yeah. Yeah. I'm out of Apple, guys, as I mentioned here in chat. Just came back down to the VWAP, so we're out of it. And it's just it started selling off. Could not hold up here, so we're out of it. Great setup, just couldn't pan out and
yeah, that's too bad.
pay off here. Yep. And Spy started going higher, so maybe it started doing the opposite. But looks like Spy wants to go lower, man. Looks like we are in for a red type day here. But let's see. Trying to hold the previous day close here. What else? What else we got? See what we got going on. Someone asked, any news today? I don't think there's any major new stuff for today. I don't think so.
No, we had at 9:45 we did have some economic data that came out. The Chicago PMI. Oh God, this thing keeps giving me errors. The Chicago PMI came out. Looks like it was slightly better than expected, delivering a number of 57.6 versus an expected 56. But that's again, it's sort of right within the range, so it's not a big deal. And then that's pretty much it for the day. So, and to the best of my knowledge, we don't have any press releases coming out of the White House. There's no expected sort of news updates or anything like that. So,
Gotcha. Amazon back up. Hopefully, is Andrew still in it?
oh yeah,
Hopefully he is.
he is. He
that.
finally took some partials.
Yep.
He's so he's in as pretty heavy. Managed to get it to move. So
Oh, SpaceX. I thought we added SpaceX to the list. I probably forgot to add. We spoke about it. Actually, no, we kind of say it was kind of quiet, so I didn't add it to my list. But yeah, look at that. Beautiful short as well. Nice breakdown below the previous day close. And you can see the drop
wow.
here on SpaceX. That was nice.
What a good move down.
Yeah,
Dang
that
it.
was nice.
Yeah.
How's the 5-minute look? 5-minute is... and golf would have been tough, though. Would have been a tough 5-minute. But look at that, man. Oh, 108. What's the lowest we've been on SpaceX now? It's still 107?
I think about.
Did we go lower
this.
than that?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, 107. That's the lowest. So right over
Yeah,
here.
I think overnight we had been lower, but yeah, intraday
Yeah.
107.01 is the lowest we've had.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing as well. So there you go. We'll mark that down. Looks like SpaceX wants to go down there and test some of these levels, but man, looking really weak right here as it continues on its
man,
downtrend.
Andrew got his move through 270, so it
it's
did
just
do it.
beautiful.
Look at that.
Look at that. Very nice. 270. That is also a day level we have marked as well. 270.84. Right to it.
I'm so impressed with Andrew's patience. I really am.
Yeah. No, Atlas great, Chris, all the way to 270 here where we're at now. And still looks bullish. So as we Pac-Man through these orders. All right, let's see what else, friends. Wow, SKHY, we're having another sell-off type day. SKHY diving, SPYs diving. I think Apple can hold the pressure, diving as well. Everything red, 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 friends. Yeah, Chris, I knew what you meant. I knew you meant in regards to Atlas. Yep. MU is killing it today. What is MU up to? Yeah, everything is red. MU is down. I'm not in any of these plays, unfortunately, to the downside. NVDA down. Amazon, man. By the time I thought about getting in with you guys, it was too late. Too late. Great trade. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help out the channel a ton. When does the new CEO for Apple take over? I was looking at our thumbnail today, and we're still showing Tim. So the new guy had already pushed them over. I guess not.
Huh.
Guess he's officially still the CEO.
I think so. I don't know anywhere.
SPY's dropping hard. Another leg down, friends. Tells you how strong Amazon is today. It wants no parts of this sell-off right now, and it's just holding. Wants no part of this sell-off. For now, let's see. Yeah, I always think that if you put enough pressure, things will bend. Can't wait for 18-year-olds to buy groceries with Roth IRA accounts. It's tough out there.
Okay.
It is tough. I think they'll manage.
Wow, I'm sort of look at some of these SpaceX and Tesla, both good shorts today. Normally, I'm like the short master, and I feel it feels odd, Carlos, having had just one long trade.
Same. Went long on
And
Apple out of all things. Like
now I
stuff
regret a
short.
little bit now my ad as it went up. It did go up through 270, so that would have made me a little more money if I hadn't have added so aggressively. But you know, oh well.
Yes. Would have came close though to your entry, I think, on this drop here below the VWAP. But
yeah, it wouldn't. Definitely didn't get back to my original entry, but it did come a lot closer. So,
yeah.
But it's okay. You know, hey, look, I made my choice, and I took my profit along the way. So no.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's always good to have somebody to blame. So it's I got an excuse if I just
blame me, man.
If I decide to get angry, I've got Carlos to.
Carlos told me to add here.
Yeah.
And it was good until it wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I was making
another example.
I was going to buy him lunch and everything. Now I need.
Yeah, I already set up. I already took that offer. So.
Yeah.
That's like the bank. That's like the bank saying. That's like the bank saying. We already took our commission. What you decide to do with the rest is up to you. It gives you an example today. I want to test this thing here. Let's see what do we got. Anthony. Yes, I see your comment. There you go. Anthony says, made profit, but got out of Tesla too soon. I'm still working on my patience. Hey, listen, green is green. And, fine tune adjustments to the trade management. Fine tune adjustments, right? Don't make crazy changes overnight. You're able to get into good trades. You're trading well. Your plan is working. And again, I don't know how your group specifically is doing, Peter, but that's one of the big questions on bootcamp from the people that I meet with on every Tuesday is, they got a good strategy. They're getting into good winning trades, the parceling, the trade management, all or nothing. Right. That's the part that they're trying to kind of fine tune. And I don't have the answer for you. Nobody has the answer for you. The answer, go ahead, Peter. Go.
No, I was just going to agree with you, and that's the never-ending journey of
never-ending journey. Yeah. I think I spend more time and more effort on the trade management part than the actual strategy entry itself. Well, actually, that's 100% true. It's 100% fact. I think many people fall into that. I think getting into trades, getting into good trades, it's just how do you manage it after that? That is you're going to keep working on. So try different things. Everybody's going to have their opinion on what is best, but that best is usually their best, not everybody's best. So it's a tough thing to answer. I think all or nothing is the best one, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that one is the most profitable, the most easy, you know.
Yep.
But I don't do it because I can't.
Yeah.
So
It's one of the hardest ones to do. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I can really acknowledge it is the best strategy from a profitability perspective overall. All or nothing, right? You have a target, you hold towards your target, and then you get all out. The problem is doing that consistently is so tough because imagine look at Andrew's trade on Amazon here, and look what I did. I got in and I partialed. Now, if I just held and said it's going to 270, I'm going to hold to 270 and not take a single partial, I would have made more money on that trade. I absolutely would have. But
Yeah.
I would have had to hold through that, pull back to VWAP, wait, about 3 times as long on the trade to work. It's not like I was doing anything else, but it's just a different philosophy and it's hard to do. But you have to do that every time. Because if you only do it some of the time, well, then it doesn't work because you lose money the rest of the time. So anyways, this is what makes trading endlessly fascinating to me, Carlos, is that, just how much work it is to do that.
Yeah. Yep.
And how you can refine and improve and work on this stuff forever. So it's great. It's great.
Here we go. I like this one. Yassi Trays says, best day in the funded account yet. I caught MU from the top. Exited way too early, so I re-enter a few more times. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Congrats. Glad you're having a great day. Hopefully the good times continue, and again, just maintain past the 90 days. Be patient. Very, very important.
Yeah.
And we'll love to see you get that payout. So yes. Check out NVIDIA VWAP. I didn't even have NVIDIA on my list. NVIDIA VWAP, really? With all this? No. I must have checked the wrong ticker. Oh, sorry. Check out NVIDIA below the VWAP. Yes. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Another one, man. I'm telling you, today, the trades was short on semis. That was the trade today. And a lot of semis down. Big tech too. Some of them Tesla, Roblox. But that was the trade today, and messing around with Apple, and I missed it. I missed some of these opportunities, unfortunately. The bottom line, so that is, so if you're talking about this bottom line, this is the previous day close, right? Barely green on NVIDIA. Gave back all the gains from the previous day close, and it's pre-market right now, and it's just trying to hold here. So we'll see where it goes. If this is going to be an area of support. I know you could barely see that line. You probably could barely see that line, but there's a dotted line here. I could probably make that thicker. But there's a line there. Apple false VR breakout. After a long consolidation. Amazon back to the VWAP and the moving averages.
Well, Tesla.
And Tesla and SKHY, Peter. Look at SKHY. That is also the percentage. The gap down is only 2%, but man, this thing was up at 160, down at 145. I mean,
why couldn't have done that for me when I was trying to trade it?
I should have just watched SKHY. I traded this thing in the last 2 weeks at least 3 times, maybe 4, and it's been so good. Definitely becoming one of my favorite stocks to watch.
I didn't have a good experience, obviously, with when I was trying. That's when I overtraded it. But,
this is one that gave you a very hard
room,
time. Yes, I remember that.
On Wednesday.
That could have been the environment, too. You're not in your usual setup. It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Could be a couple of things there. Intel, let's take a look. Intel, looking very weak as well. Nice drop below the VWAP, and 5-minute ORB looks good on this. Nice 5-minute ORB engulfing too. This is nice actually because right at VWAP you got all those signals looking very nice on this one. So hopefully you guys took some trades today on that. feel like I missed the boat, man. I missed the boat on all these short opportunities. What's next is probably reversals, VWAP breakouts for these stocks that are heavily in play. It's going to take a bit because the VWAP is so far out given how much we have dropped. So it's going to take a while for it to get there and see my next trade. But if you are a reversal trader, you should have a lot of opportunities today. If the market decides to turn around, right now the market's just low, low, low. How low can it go? Into the red. Down 2%. You know? From the previous day close, way more from the market open. So probably another 2% from the market open.
I have to admit, I'm a little distracted just generally because I'm excited about this weekend. We're going away to a friend's cottage this weekend.
Nice.
We're meeting up with the entire group that we traveled to Aruba with. So,
oh, sweet, man.
Should be a lot of fun.
Sweet.
Whole bunch of adults doing, just crazy stuff. Should be fun.
Yeah, should be great, man. Should be great. Enjoy.
Sort of weird thinking of you like doing stuff with your kids, and I'm getting ready for grandfatherhood, right? Which is going to be my next kid raising
next stage
opportunity, I suppose. But yeah, it's the beautiful next stage, right? Where I get to play with them, rile them up, watch them every once in a while, but then they just hand it back, and you're like, and then I can go on with my, my nice leisurely life. So looking forward to that.
Spoil them and not have to deal with the aftermath. Yeah, it's great.
It's great.
It's like my mom took my oldest to the mall, and man, she spends on her like it's nothing's like it's crazy. And they bought this thing that I'm like, okay, this is nice, but I would have never paid $75 for this like bear. I'm like, that is not, the mall is gonna have the worst prices ever. It's like. She's like, but it's not about that, Carlos. It's about the experience. And she was happy, and I was with her. I'm like, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. I mean,
City Crew Construction.
You took your kids out for cake and ice cream just on a random Thursday yesterday. So
True.
I mean, that's
true.
Yeah. Have you done?
I hate not getting value. See, for me, it's not about the $75. I will pay $75, no problem. It's about value, right? Like, is this worth this? And it's like clearly not. This bear was probably like $5 at wholesale cost. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, do you have to have that much of a markup to get the kids?
But Carlos, it's like going to a movie, right? You go to a movie theater and you're like, look, is it really worth? You say it costs you $100 now to take the kids to a movie just to get in, let alone the candy and stuff. But you're doing it for the experience, not because it's good value for the money.
Yeah,
and I that's okay. You got to do those types of things, I think, because they're going to remember the feeling it gave them. They're going to remember these experiences, and maybe not that one, but you never know which one they're going to remember, right? Like my kids now that they're adults, they tell stories when they talk amongst themselves, and they tell stories. Remember that time when we went? And I'm like, I don't remember that time, but that was a thing that they remember, right? I'm thinking, I want them to say, remember that time we went to Disney World and did the thing? No, they remember the time that. Like one of their best stories, Carlos, is we were at a gas station after a soccer practice. And at the gas station, there was an ice cream truck filling up. It was like, getting gas. And I was getting gas, and I had my Honda Pilot, best car ever, by the way. Anyways, but and the guy goes to start his ice cream truck, and it's like, rum, 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 and it wouldn't start. So, I'm getting ready to leave, and I noticed it wasn't starting. So I get out, and I go over and knock on the door, and I'm like, hey, what's it going? He's like, I'm having trouble with the battery because I run the ice cream machine, and I guess it didn't charge enough. And I'm like, well, let me give you a boost. He's like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, man, my car's fine. I got cables, so I'll give you a boost. So I boost an ice cream truck. So the kids just think this is cool to begin with because I'm boosting an ice cream truck with our car.
Yeah. Mr.
But
Softy.
then the guy's like, thank you so much. Yeah, it's like the soft serve ice cream thing. And he's like, let me give you an ice cream. Well, we were on our way back from Dairy Queen. Like I'd taken the kids to go to Dairy Queen to get soft serve ice cream. And we were on the way back and I stopped for gas. And I'm like, no, like the kids no, the kid, we just ate. It's okay. And I look at my kids and they're sitting there with the big puppy dog eyes. And I'm like, do you want ice cream? Like knowing that they just ate. And they're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Of
I'm like, all
course.
right, let's get ice cream. So of course he makes them like the giant cone with
Yeah.
everything on it. Because he's like, thanks so much for boosting me. Like, let me do this for your kids. So the girls have got these giant ice cream cones, and we get home and it's melting everywhere and it's all over them. My wife's like, what the hell happened? I don't understand. I thought you were going to Dairy Queen. I'm like, yeah, we did. Well, where are these from? I'm like, well, you see, here's the story. Anyway, so I tell my wife, and she's like, I can't believe you let them have ice cream after having ice cream. And it was free. Yeah, he just gave it
You can't
to
tell the ice cream driver no. That's yeah.
No,
you can't.
he seemed so happy to do it, and the kids were happy, and I'm
course.
like, you know what? Then everybody's happy. But to me, I really didn't really remember the story, but I remember it now because the kids were busy telling it to each other, and they're in their 30s, like mid-20s, early 30s, and they were telling each other, remember the time when the ice cream and we boosted it? And I'm like, shoot, like that's like a core memory to them.
Core memory.
I'm like,
yeah.
I had,
Yeah.
and and it didn't cost me a thing, really. I had no idea. So
Yeah.
anyways, you never know. You never know what memories are going to.
You never know which one's gonna be the one, right? Or which ones, right? Because there's several.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching it, man. I'm watching it. Still below the view app, so I got Apple on the other screen, so I'm watching that. I'm watching Sky, SKHY here as well. I mean, everything's just kind of turning around a little bit. SPY's turning around. So we are seeing some stuff turn around. Again, I don't got a strategy for that, but we'll see when.
There's a few things that really dropped heavy, Carlos. I'm waiting to see if Kyle traded SMCI because it had a big drop again with the market, but it resembles the market movement overall. Coin, which is one of the ones we were talking this morning, it just sold off and kept selling off. Beautiful VWAP retest. I mean, I'm only seeing it now long after the fact, but look at that touch of VWAP and then another sell-off. Like if you'd been watching that, that was just a lovely sort of trade opportunity. CoreWeave, another one that just sold off pretty much right after the opening minute and never looked back. And then Reddit was another one that had earnings that we were looking at that, again, failed at VWAP. Here's another one that, Carlos, you might have been able to trade had you or I been watching it, how it sort of came below VWAP. It clearly was struggling, couldn't get back through, and then sold off heavy. So there's a few opportunities that we just you can't watch everything, but
definitely can't watch everything. But I feel like, man, even some of the stuff that was short that was on my list looks great. I focused on the wrong one and focused on Apple and Amazon, and it's like, come on, but you can't watch everything. And I am a little sluggish today too. I feel it. We had such a great day yesterday. Went to the mall. We did this, and I feel the sluggishness this morning. There's no question.
There you go.
So not gonna force it.
And I feel I distracted you as well because I had like one of the few long trades. Trading Amazon long would distract you from the general downward movement in the market, right? Because we were busy watching that trade when when a lot of this was setting up. So, I see you mentioned City Crew Construction. You're talking about AMD. You're about to get in with 20,000. I don't know what that means in terms of. Hopefully, that's not risk. That's just position size. So, that would be what 20,000. That would be like 40 shares, something like that. In any event, it looks like it's bounced off the bottom. It might. It doesn't look like it's setting up any big strong pattern to me right now. What does it look like on the Atlas? We got a few orders up to 195. So it looks bullish to the top side, but only up for a few bucks. I mean, it depends what you're looking to do with it. It's not a big, strong pattern that I personally would jump into, but if you're thinking of a long from this point, it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, yep.
New user is asking a question. Carlos and Peter, how do you guys trade the day after a big loss? Carlos, do you have an answer for that?
I don't have big losses like that as often anymore, man. I mean, my losses are very controlled. So I'm trying to think back when I did have big losses. It wasn't good at first because I'll come back and I'll try to make my money back. That's the answer that not the answer, but that's what used to happen to me when I first started. You want to come back and you want to make your money back, and that's usually ends up giving you another decent sized loss day. So, I think the trading after it, one thing you have to keep in mind, you're not making your money back. Your money is gone. You had a big loss, that money is gone, and it has nothing to do with your trading going forward. And you have to make that disconnect. And if you're unable to make that disconnect, easily, because you just haven't built the memory muscles, or or the discipline, which is okay. Listen, I'm not trying to say you're not a disciplined person, but trading discipline is very different. It's not like anything you have ever tried. Like, I've seen people be more disciplined with their diet, with their gym routine, with everything else. But trading will take the most disciplined person and just bend them, right? It's just what trading does, right? So it's true. It's just wild. So, build that discipline to understand that, hey, I'm not making my money back. It is what it is, and I got to continue to trade, smaller. Maybe take a day off, take a couple of days off, but just come back with a fresh start, knowing that, what's done is done. You can't let that carry over into your next couple of trades, and if your future trades. Easier said than done. It takes time, but you have to get to that point where you're comfortable coming in the next day and kind of forgetting about the big loss, learning what you can from it and what not to repeat, and just forgetting that you actually lost that money. Don't let it hinder your trading. Yep. I mean,
I agree with everything Carlos said. My very specific approach is that I try really hard to trade normal the next day, right? Which means you have to concentrate extra hard on normal trading, which means it sort of becomes abnormal, but you really want to get one or two good disciplined trades, win or lose, right? I don't really worry about my profitability the next day. Very specifically, don't worry about it. And I'm like, all I want to do today, like a big loss to me implies that you broke some rules. Right? If you had a big loss, like just nothing worked, but you followed your rules, that's different than a big loss, the way I'm thinking about it, air quotes, big loss, where you probably broke some rules, you lost more than you intended, and you broke discipline. So the next day for me is all about, I want one or two trades where I just do it within my strategy completely 100%. And if I can do that, then that's a good day. That's a good follow-up day to a big loss, because it shows I can get back on that discipline train and get myself back where I want to be for long-term trading. So if that helps, that's sort of specifically what I do. And if it's a win, great. If it's a loss, then so be it. But at least I can say, look, that was okay. That one felt better. I managed the trade. I didn't let it run. I got out when I was supposed to. That's what I want to do, going forward. And like Carlos said, you pretty much have to try and forget, but you can't forget, but you got to sort of put it behind you and never try and make it back. Just like you said, that's extremely important, because I've done that. I've tried to make it back, and it's a false economy. The money's gone. You'll never make it back.
Yeah. So. You don't want to fall into that trap. But big losses, going forward, try to prevent big losses too, by keep in mind that it's easy to make up 2 to 3 R's. Nothing is easy, but it's fairly quickly to make up 3 to 2 R's on one trade, right? So if you know that, hey, I'm down 3 R's today, I can quickly make this back in a day or two, maybe maybe your next trade. That's when you have to stop, right? If you're having 5, 6, 10 R days, you're just a time bomb. You're waiting to blow up. That's not going to work. You got to control the drawdowns. It's very, very important no matter what. So when I got 3 R's, a 3 R day, I'm like, I'm good, I'm calm, and it doesn't affect my emotions, because I know 3 R's I can make up in the next trade or two, right? So it gives me peace of mind that, hey, this is not a big deal. 3 R day is not a big deal. But once you start going 4, 5, 6, that's when it becomes dangerous, because you're not making that up very easily. The market might not, even though you're a good trader, the market might not give you those returns very quickly before you start having your next losses, right? So very important to keep that, keep that perspective, So, all right, things are bouncing, Peter. Things are bouncing. SPY is bouncing. Tesla not so much. SKHY wrapping itself around the previous day close. Amazon's just staying above the VWAP, like back and forth between 270 and the VWAP at the moment. Apple didn't get to the VWAP, didn't cross it, at least got to it, kind of rejecting. And we'll see what else. Yeah, Roboski, I used to feel like that too, especially when I was trading really, really heavier size that was more than my risk. Can I say my risk tolerance? My risk tolerance is very high, but heavier size than my account could afford and that my experience could afford, right? So when I had those losses, I'm like, what am I doing here? Let me just take my money out and just, go back to work. So I had that feeling. It sucks. But I just had to reduce my size. I was just trading too big of a size. I always tell people that the most dangerous traders are the ones that got their account, that have the risk tolerance, but don't have the experience. Oof, I was that trader. That is a dangerous trader. Because you'll be sitting down, like down 2,500. It's okay. Let's see, it'll come back, right? Because your risk tolerance just doesn't matter, and it's just, it's not good. The experience will humble you. The market will humble you really quickly. And they don't make that 2,500 matter. It'll be down $5,000. Like, okay, does it matter now to you? Are you paying attention? Like, they'll speak to you. So listen closely. Have you opened any futures accounts to trade GC? What is GC? But I don't have a futures account. I guess you could turn your account into futures, right? I could take my Interactive Brokers account and just turn on futures. Like, it has the futures turned on. Right? Or do you have to have a separate account? Oh, no, that's options. No, that's options. No, that's options, actually. I don't know much about how futures work. Amazon going back up, new high, 217.17. I'm sorry, 271.17, and pushing. The stock wants to be strong today. I really believe the SPY screwed this up. Screw your move up, Peter. I believe that 100%. Yeah, I do, man. I think this stock wanted to go higher.
But
nothing
works completely independent of the market, so that's just the way it goes.
Look at it go here. Now the SPY is turning and it is breaking new highs. Let's see if it can really get the move going. All right. How much is the funded account? I think it's $4.99, right? You need a Train Terminal Premium membership, and it is $4.99. It's the best $500, $600 you will spend, because it provides you a lot of really good experiences that you can carry on. If you're successful into your live trading, or you could find out, hey, you know what? I'm not ready. And I'd rather have found out I wasn't ready for live trading with a $500 investment than a couple of $1,000 loss, right? That's really what you're looking at. So try it out. See if you can find some success in it. Doesn't mean you have to, crush it. But if you can find some success, then you might be more prepared for live trading. You're never ready for live trading. Once you start trading your own account and you start seeing dollars up and down, it affects you mentally, some more than others, but the funded account can help you deal with that when you get to that point, right? Much better. There it is. Lost 1,500. Lost 1,500 on AMD, then gained it back on Amazon. That's the name of the game. It's a numbers game. Good job.
It is. Oh, look at Amazon back up. Amazon's holding the VWAP quite well today. So
Yeah.
I guess I think Andrew's sticking in with this trade. He got in pretty early on this thing. So wow. I wonder what his profitability looks like today.
Yeah, he showed it earlier, but I couldn't. I wasn't
Oh, yeah,
focused.
I missed it. Certainly a lot better than mine. I'm willing to bet.
And mine, since I'm
Well,
down in R today, which is not bad. I'm down 1 R. We can't complain, man. We actually are having a great couple of weeks here.
I'm having a great day. I'm feeling good today, despite the trading's a little late. I
Yeah.
had the one trade, but as I said, I think for me, it's like I just want to get to the weekend, man, so I can get to the cottage, be on the lake. There's nothing like being on the lake, Carlos. I have to
Yeah.
admit, I absolutely love it. It's not even my lake; it's just a friend's cottage, but we go fairly regularly. It's awesome.
Yeah. Andrew says, amazing trade on Amazon, guys. Go Canada, Peter. There you go. You're getting some encouragement from Andrew in chat. Go
Yeah.
Canada. Great stuff. Great stuff. Amazon's still going here. Spies turning around, trying to go green. And we'll see. What else we got? NVIDIA at VWAP, possible break long. Yeah, good call. It's right on it right now. Let's see if it can get going. SPY's doing a nice turnaround, gotta say. Really, really nice. SpaceX also turning around. Roblox not looking so great. Tesla, we'll keep an eye on NVIDIA, see if it does anything there for a possible VWAP breakout. We should have some trades soon to see what the moderators and members in the community did. As soon as I have that, I'll bring it up to you guys so you can see it. And what else? Trying to check what. Okay, here it is. NVIDIA at the VWAP. I close my mark. Okay, here we go. And let's check NVIDIA market atlas. Want to see what's happening there, how that looks. But nice push through here. And it does look more bearish on market atlas. Not by much. Definitely looks more bearish. Amazon aiming for 275, looking good. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think it's, again, I think it would have been there a long time ago, but yeah, it might get there if things continue well. If the SPY doesn't decide to do anything crazy, I think it can continue there. Boricua Trader, have a great weekend. Friends, make sure to hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. It does help out the channel a ton. We're sitting at 220 likes. So smack that thumbs up. We really appreciate it. All right, so here's NVIDIA. Getting above the previous day close as the SPY's trying to go green as well. Market atlas still looking very good. City Crew Construction. I think you're new here, right, man? Welcome to the channel. I don't recall seeing the name before, but welcome. Hopefully you subscribe. Would love to have you back. Massive drop before reversal every day at the moment. Yeah, we've been seeing that kind of sell off, indecision. and then recovery. I think we saw that a couple of times this week. I'm not sure how I did yesterday because I wasn't watching the markets yesterday, but a couple of times this week we've seen that, like that's quick sell-off, and we saw it on Wednesday on a couple of tickers. We took advantage of some short opportunities, and then we got out before the turnaround. So that's been happening. I don't like the way it looks right now, though. I mean, it still looks great up to 198 and higher on NVIDIA, but the pattern itself doesn't look that clean, because it's like we're doing it right on the VWAP. You know, it's not like a clean breakthrough, pullback, and confirmation. It's not bad, but it's definitely not a quality setup for what we're looking for. So I'm unsure if I want to dabble in this, but Atlas does look good for a long. Atlas does look good. Alex, you're still in SMCI. Very nice. Reversal. All right, NVIDIA is punching through here. Atlas still looks good. Oh man. Where's our stop here? 197. Yeah, it did change, but it's still bullish, man. Like if I look at it here, it's still bullish. Here's what it looks like right now. So you're still seeing tons of orders to the upside, more than the downside, right? Now you are seeing more here. I do see that did change. But yeah, it's still right. Still bullish. Our stop will have to be 197.45. I'm concerned with the SPY too. SPY is right at the previous day close, and clearly, if you look at the SPY and NVIDIA, I mean, they're just. Can you tell them apart? I mean, they're just right on it. It's the same chart here. So, is the SPY going to have some kind of rejection at the previous day close that's going to mess up our trade? Oh, it's messing it up right now. It's messing it up right now. The SPY is rejecting previous day close. NVIDIA is reacting. I know, love it. I know, love it. Leave it alone. MU hasn't. I mean, beautiful short, obviously, but hasn't done much right now. Didn't really reverse with the market. Did pop up a little, but hasn't really done a whole lot at the moment. So. All right, I'm glad I didn't take in NVIDIA, because I would have stopped this out. Right to our stop, 197.44. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I mean, it's just following the SPY, and the SPY is coming up to a big area of resistance that previous day close, so that's not good for us. Worth leaving alone and trying to find something else. Apple, Amazon. To the 20 moving average, trying to get back up. Let's see here, 272.04 is our new high, and the last time we went up there. So Trying to build a trend and get going. Manny, great question. So there's a couple of things. So the question is when. Let's see it here. So the question is about the 5-minute ORB. Let's see it here. So when I go long or short, then when it breaks the body of the candles, I think we're trying to say, right, the body, the open and close, or when it does the wick, the high and the low of the candle, right? So that's kind of how we look at those. And it depends. It really depends. Normally, I'm using the body of the candle. I like it better. Sometimes the wick and the body, the close or the high, right? The close or the high are so close to each other that as long as you're within that range, it doesn't really matter. Now, if the wick is very extended, let's see if we find one. The best way to do this is to show you one. Let's see if Tesla is one. No, Tesla's both. See, like here, it doesn't matter, right? Both wicks and body are like, this doesn't make a difference, right? They're right there. So you could use the body, you could use the wick. This is not a big deal on when they're so tight like that. If you want to be technical, use the wick is fine, but it doesn't really matter. Now I'm trying to find one where it's not as clean. Let's use Amazon. Let's say Amazon would have sold off here.
I was going to say Amazon. Yeah, no, I was going to say Amazon. So
yeah, so let's say Amazon would have opened up here, right? So let's say this was a red candle. Let's do it that way. It's good, Andrew. How are you, man? Happy for you, brother. Very happy for you. So let's say this was a red candle, and then this opens up here. I'm not taking the wick of this candle as the breakdown. I'm not taking the wick of this candle, right? Because what happens is by the time you get down here, this is buying pressure. You might actually get a pullback and get stopped out. So that's not going to work. So I'll use the body, but I'm not using the wick on something like this.
A good one might be PLTR, because it maybe it's an example why you wouldn't want to do that. See how that looks to you. Because it didn't actually succeed. It sort of would have failed if you were trying to take this as a long. But
oh yeah, same thing. Another one here as well. And usually I see this as buying pressure, and I actually want to take it better going up. Like I want to take it the other way. Miss you too, brother. We need to get together, Andrew. We got to get especially now. We need to have like a BBT baby shower. Like can we make that happen?
Yeah, actually,
they usually happen before. We're late on it, but it's okay. We write the rules. We write our own rules here at BBT. So we got to make that happen.
You know what? I would
before
love that.
winter.
Going from the days where
every time I go to Vancouver, it's always cold, rainy. Before winter, nice weather. Let's get out there. Go ahead, Peter.
Carlos, we go from the days where Andrew was like, taking frog poison, and to
licking frogs.
Licking frogs for the hallucinogenic properties to buying them diapers. I mean, again,
it's a great life.
Circle of life. Great circle of life.
It's a great curve. It's a very great, nice, wide curve. I like it. I love it. I love it. Experience everything's the best. Absolutely.
Tesla's coming back up to previous day close here, by the way. I'm keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, and I see the SPYs pushed higher a little bit here. And yeah, Tesla's moving through, and then NVIDIA did actually pop up again. So NVIDIA did push through here, and yeah, it turned out to be a breakout. But again, that's just overall market. Hard to predict that move there. Bachelor party? Hey, you never know. That could get pretty crazy. BBT bachelor party? That could get pretty wild. I knew about the Burning Man acid strips, but licking frogs. Oh man. Just tells you how long we've been together. We've been together for a long time. All these experiences and memories are awesome.
Yeah. We got all these we got too many stories on each other.
Yeah.
It's like at this point we're like college buddies or high school friends, because we've been around each other for so long. We've got all this remember back in 92, and anyways, We can go back a while.
Yeah, well, we sure can, man. We sure can.
Wow, Amazon, you are back up here. If only I hadn't added.
Yeah, look at NVIDIA go now. It's just again the SPY is reacting so well, man. This is beautiful. So good pop there.
Yeah, got some good moves. SpaceX is moving up here a little bit with the market. Apple, of course, is I don't know doing its Apple thing. It's just going sideways right now.
Yeah,
Apple's like, I don't need no stinking market. I'm just gonna do my own thing.
absolutely. Is Andrew still in Amazon or is he out? Andrew, you still in? If you're listening, or yeah, man, we got some nice stuff here. Very awesome. NVIDIA now still looking very bullish on Market Atlas, even more so than before, especially now with the market pushing higher. People are stacking their orders to the upside, and it is going nicely. Oh, that is beautiful. Hey guys, I noticed you use ETH VWAP. Is there a reason for that instead of RTH VWAP? What is ETH VWAP? What does that stand for? I don't know what that is, John. I know we use unanchored. Reddit must be a decent buy at this price. Where is Reddit at? Reddit. This has been a place of prior support many times over again on the daily, right? So yeah, that could be a place. That could be a place that many long-term, not long-term swing traders or investors might want to say, hey, you got a range here where I can buy in. Again, you got to look at the fundamentals, see if it makes sense, if the company's still doing what it's supposed to do. But yeah, it could be a place where they have, some buyers come in and swing it from here. So, but gotta do a little bit of history, a little bit of not history, sorry, a little bit of homework to make sure that that's the case, that Reddit is still going the direction that makes sense. Right now, this is earnings, right? Earnings dropping them down 21%. Still, again, I know it's not a recent IPO. I consider them because it's just barely getting to like past a year here, right? They opened last year, I think in March or April, and they've done very well, which is very surprising for this type of stock to do so well as they have and still be above their IPO price. So you're happy with the way Reddit has been trading. It gave you opportunity to take some profit here, big drop into the beginning of the year, and then but holding here. Another opportunity at 200 and back at 140. Yeah, could be something. Could be something. Roblox though. Yeah, don't buy Roblox. That is, I don't know what's going on here, but the fun is over. This daily's not looking healthy at all on Roblox. Look at that mountain. Well, they've done this plenty times. If you look at the daily, plenty times they've done this big spike up, sideways, huge spike up again. So You never know. All right, friends. Apple. Yeah, Thor motor works. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's not looking well. It's like Monday.com. That's not looking good either. All right, so ETH extended trading hours, regular trading hours. Yeah, you could change it. The difference is not too much unless the stock has dropped a lot in the pre-market. But you know what? Sometimes I like that going into the trading because it can provide some areas of support and resistance. We've seen that before. Look at Amazon today. It did just that, right? We're using the pre-market hours. I mean, and you see where the support comes right to it, right? Nice engulfing. So that could be interesting. But I've seen it in some areas where it makes sense for the 1 minute ORB strategy that I trade, right? The engulfing strategy. By the time the 5 minute ORB comes, you know, it's pretty close to where I want it to be anyway. So this here doesn't matter. And remember the volume is going to start taking over because you have so much heavy volume into the open that quickly starts taking over to where you want it to actually be, right? By the middle of the day where I'm using it the most for the VWAP breakout, you know, middle of the morning, excuse me, you're not actually, it's not an issue, you know, by then. But I can see the couple of first minutes of the market open, it being a big difference if the stock has been dropping or popping quite a bit when it comes to regular hours and extended hours. And Anchor VWAP is, there's some use cases for it. For the way I use it, Anchor doesn't make sense for the way I use it. But there are some use cases for it. I'm not going to tell you it's useless. I don't have those use cases in my trade book, so I don't use it that way. Tesla back below, so we're getting a swing lower now. NVIDIA back to the VWAP. What has Microsoft done after his big moves here? Let's see, Microsoft. Look at this daily. Yeah, Microsoft is the king, man. The quiet king is Microsoft. Just everybody else is making all this noise and all this, and Microsoft is just kind of like, we're just here, guys. We're not the fancy, shiny thing, but we're working in the background to actually be profitable and put growth in and all this good stuff, and it's paying off. Paying off. So Alex agree, Microsoft is king. Yeah, it's just the one doing this thing here. I think NVIDIA falls under that too. I think NVIDIA's got to figure out, man. I think they're priced to perfection. I always say this. I've been saying this for months. I think these guys are priced to perfection. The market moves up and down. You've seen these crazy volatility moves on other chip companies. NVIDIA, it's just look at their daily. It's not moving. Like wild range, right? It's just like right here, little pop there, but just steady. So this just kind of tells you this is the stock that's probably gonna be very solid, in what they're doing here. So it's very, very good. And again, I'm sure so many funds added NVIDIA, in the last couple of years that probably didn't have it. That has made a very stable company, right? You don't want your stock flying crazy all the time. So that is looking nice. Tesla, let's see, Tesla. Tesla right now at the VWAP, trying to go into the green. Which one, Chris? Which one do you play as much? Carlos, can you please take a look at the email I sent regarding the funded account I won on the 20th? Sunny Fizz, congrats, man. Congrats. I'll take a look at your email after the stream today. Congrats. There's probably not much I can help you with there because I don't have access to that stuff. But I'll read it and I'll respond back. But you might need to reach the people that can answer stuff in the funded account. But if it's a general question, I can answer. So I'll take a look at it, man. I'll definitely get back to you. For sure. SpaceX. Big drop this morning, quiet right now, and the SPY is just big reversal. Pretty nice. The stock is a monster in Europe. Which stock? Oh, this stock, NVO. Yeah, how did NVO? I know they had their negative news there affecting a couple of biotech companies. If I look at NVO now, it's not no crazy moves. Still down 8.6. They started down, I think, about 8%. So that hasn't really done anything crazy. Not the cleanest trading either.
Carlos, we've got the Peak Capital Bootcamp closeout meeting as we're ending this boot camp and getting ready. Well, the next one is going to be starting in September, so we get a month off here. But we got to do the closeout meeting with all of our Peak Capital trading friends. So maybe we need to hand over. I see Kyle and Eamon here. They're ready to go.
Good morning.
You and I have another place to be.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey,
Peter, are you going to Muskoka this weekend?
No, we're going actually into Quebec, so out near
Okay.
Mont Tremblant.
Oh, beautiful. You're gonna have a nice weekend. Even your photo from last week when you were lounging out looked like you had a great time.
Where was I last week?
It looked like you were on the water somewhere. Maybe it was a couple weeks ago.
It was a couple weeks
Regardless.
ago. Actually, I had the best. Actually, it's the same cottage I'm going back to, and we had the best time. I was in. Yeah, if it's the picture I'm thinking of, I don't think I ever actually showed you guys this picture. It was like the most awesome moment of my life, where I was in an inner tube, floating on the lake, reading my ebook, while with a pile of caramel popcorn in my lap, and a tequila margarita in the cup holder, and I'm like, what
just
more do you want?
bliss.
I'm floating on the
Absolute
lake
bliss.
in the sun with snacks and a drink and my book, and I'm like,
This is it.
This is it. I've made
This
it,
is
baby.
it.
This
This is
moment.
it.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna
And you
hopefully you can recreate that this weekend.
Yeah, there you go.
This was the one you're
Amazing.
talking about here.
Oh, there it is. That's
Yeah.
the
Oh
one.
yeah. You don't get to see the full picture there. That's actually me sitting in an Adirondack chair on the dock. But yeah, it was that same.
Oh,
place.
okay, same place.
Yeah.
That's such a typical dad photo too. A selfie with
is.
just the nose underneath.
That's what I wanted to do. That's
When
what
I
wanted to do.
FaceTime my
love it.
parents, it's like, put the camera down
love
so I can
it.
see your whole face. But
Nope.
yeah, that's the thing.
No, that's all I want you to see.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
good.
love it.
All right, friends. We'll catch
Well, you guys
later.
have a great weekend.
Yep. We'll
Yeah,
see you later.
Thanks, Carlos.
All right.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, we'll talk to you guys.
All right, thank you guys. Hello Kyle. Hello YouTube. How are you all
Eamon.
doing today?
I am great. Honestly, I had such an amazing week. This morning, I had some internet connection issues, so I missed this. I had SMCI, as we know, on my watch list, and I missed the ORB, but I'm actually in a reversal right now. I got in at 10:15. I sent you it on Telegram, but
We'll take a look at
man,
it.
I had some serious FOMO. Not getting in on this thing short, but honestly, I had such a good week. It didn't even bug me. Like I missed it, and I was like, whatever. And the queues just kept going and going and going. So I'm still in it. I did add around 10:35, a small ad. My average is 27.44 right now. I don't know how much more juice this thing has to the upside, but overall, I'm pretty happy with this reversal. So I'm just sitting on it, but I'm up quite a bit this week, so I'm good. I'm in a great mood. It's the weekend.
Well done.
Things are good. Yeah. How are you?
Well, I'm doing good. I took two trades today. One during the pre-market, Roblox long. I rarely take trades during the pre-market, but this one was obvious enough. We had a huge sell-off, started having a bottoming price action, and this is one of my favorite reversal patterns, a reversal candlestick after a reversal candlestick. So I tried to play it to the long side. It had small momentum, went against me, I just carried out at break even. So that was the first trade. The second one was an Apple. I'm up 3 hours net on this one. I started it by a horrible mistake, to be honest. I was long biased on it initially, and I saw it selling off, recovering into the green. I played it to the long side, but I realized that I'm going long against an obvious level from the pre-market. So I just instantly cut it out once it went against me, flipped it to the short side, and scaled into the position with the momentum as it kept going lower. Initial entry around here with a stop loss above VWAP, added to my position, stop loss above the entry candlestick, added to my position, stop loss around the last entry candles, around the first entry. Once I saw the four in my unrealized, I just instantly covered all, and that was basically it. Nothing else. I was long biased on Google today. That was actually beautiful. You could see it's the exact same pattern that we had on Roblox. Uh, Multiple red candlesticks in a row, bottoming price action during the pre-market. And I even mentioned it to my meetings that I like Google if it doesn't go too far during the pre-market. That was one of my main things to watch. But what happened? Obviously, it went too far during the pre-market. $4
Nice.
during the pre-market, and I just missed the entry. Probably I should have opened the position on this thing during the pre-market, but it felt wrong opening two positions during the pre-market, like some FOMO rushing thing. So I thought one attempt is okay, and I usually do that. My first entry is aggressive. The second entry, I'm more conservative and I'm more careful about it. I had my aggressive entry on Roblox, which did not work. I decided to do it more conservatively on Google. Ended up being good, but it's okay. Yeah,
I
so
actually had Roblox on my
mhm.
watch list too. I just missed. I had Roblox on both my screens. I had SMCI, Roblox, and then I had SpaceX as well. But Roblox was such a nice setup today too on the higher time frame. But again, that the 1 minute that where the 200 moving averages on the 1 minute, I love seeing that. So as it pushes above on top of that, and then it comes back below, it actually did a perfect break and retester by gap and go strategy. But my internet was pissing me off today. God, it bugged me. But anyways, it is what it is. Those days happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, it's so interesting how Claude works. So we're having our YouTube session, and I'm just having Claude on the back end working on my rules from the book, trying to visualize everything on the chart, anticipating all the ranges before they happen, coding the visuals for everything, predicting the next candlestick. This thing is just crazy. See, this is some sort of feature they added recently. So I'm just sitting chatting with you here, and this little guy is just doing its job on the
What?
back end. It's amazing. I love it.
It-
But in the past,
okay.
I used to just work on the PowerShell on this thing, and then it updates everything in my local host. Then I open the server. I check it manually, or I have it back testing, comparing the results, and then debugging. I mean, it was a big loop, but right now it's like literally looking at the chat at the browser page, and it's just doing everything. This is amazing. I mean, no wonder Amazon is going to 270 or 271. They are doing good job there.
Okay, so you have cloud working. So this is the program that you mentioned like a couple weeks ago, this backtesting software, right?
Hmm.
Is that what this is that you just showed us?
Yeah, it's not it. It's what I'm building, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's amazing how he's just doing all the job on the background and you just sit and chill. So I love it.
That's amazing. Love it. Okay. How can I get involved in this? Can I send you a couple $1,000 or something?
Yeah, why send a couple $1,000 when the biggest subscription for cloud costs $200?
Is that what it is? For a month
Yeah,
or for the
yeah,
annual?
yeah. It's for a month. It's for the month. I
Okay.
mean, there are cheaper subscriptions, obviously, but you run out of credit so quickly. But with this one, I can work for a few hours nonstop, and then it resets, and then I just continue the work.
Love it. That's great. You're always up to
Yeah,
something. Hey, Dr. Amen, you always got something going on.
wait, I promise you, soon you will see the best back testing software for day traders. You'll not need to go through charts, candlestick through candlestick, test any strategy. Just get this and change whatever you need.
Okay, I like
No,
it.
I don't get the data through cloud. I'm getting the data through Polygon or Massive. It's called Massive right now. There are multiple subscription levels for now. If you need the real-time data, it's $79. If you just do the backtesting, you can go for the $29 subscription. So it's amazing what AI can do.
I just took a bit more off of SMCI there at 28. There's a nice order on Market Atlas at 28. Came up, filled a bunch of that.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know how much longer I can hold this thing really. 27.44. I've already got 50 cents out of it. I don't think it's going to get to VWAP honestly, but we'll see what happens here.
Um, but Vermas, I mean, there is a lot. I mean, probably you can get it. I think Polygon has subscriptions up to $200, and the higher the subscription, the more data you have. But I want to get to a level where I don't need to trade. Just let it do everything that I do.
Could you imagine? That would be unbelievable. Well, then everyone's just going to buy the software, then no one's going to trade, and then they're just like, what would happen if everyone just
I
starts using the software and we
It's
just
not
start
gonna
making
work.
money?
No, honestly, it's not gonna work like that because
Yeah.
if it's sold for so many and so many people end up using this software, uh, you're going to manipulate the market. It's going to work up until certain buying power.
Right. Yeah.
You know how say one strategy could handle $1 million account, one company can handle a $5 million account, maybe bigger. It depends on the strategy. So eventually, up until certain buying power, you'll need to develop a different strategy.
Hmm.
Ringful, it's not a program. It's something that to be honest, one of my mentees did most of the job, like literally the base to this thing, and just building from it.
It's not a secret. I'm just joking. Um, I can't believe how much the market sold off today. My God. That was a bit of a bloodbath, eh? The Qs, what did the top tick at? 695.77. And then in that half an hour, it lost $16. Wow. On the Qs I'm looking at here. I had a nice short on futures on my Top Step account. That went well. It just held the 9 moving average all morning, just selling off, bounced. Did never actually got through to the 20 moving average on any of the Qs or anything. So it was a good little morning
Yeah.
after my internet was working. Any plans this weekend? Sleep. How's your sleeping going
S-
with the baby?
it's going. I haven't. I just came home today. My wife was the baby for 3 days. I was in a different city. I was visiting my mother and my brother.
Right.
Uh, so you see the background changed.
Yeah.
Back to my avocados.
The avocados are here. Yeah.
The avocados are back exactly.
Good.
So
Good.
all good right now. But m- maybe they could do that. But you see, it's not one single indicator. It's complex tool. Wait till it finishes. It's going to be scanning things more than I'm doing right now because I have a lot of ideas to build into it. So just going against it is going to work if it's straightforward, but it's not straightforward. It's complex.
L shocked free play. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Come on, SMCI.
By the way, Apple has a big order, $300, and I feel like shorting it around here. Or maybe wait for it to pull back more before playing it to the short side. Yeah, I'll wait for it to pull back a little bit more, then maybe consider playing a short all the way to $300.
Hey man, I rolled all my money into a fund like from my funded accounts into my live account, and I just broke $50,000 yesterday.
Congrats. Well done.
Can you like, dude?
That's a big
The
milestone.
the last 10 days have been so good. Like I've been on an absolute roll. So now I'm gonna do. I don't know if I want to go to 100,000, like, because I'm more doing it just to journal, so I have like a digital footprint,
Mm-hmm.
um, so I can hold myself accountable to it. So I took 25 to 50, and now I don't know. I think 100,000 is just so crazy. Like another 50,000, like with a
You are
fifty
going to
thousand
reach
dollar
it. You're
account,
going to reach it. You're going to reach it.
right? It's when I'm gonna do it. Um, but realize with the $50,000 account, how long should it take to double that if I'm risking 1%?
You know, one of my mentees doubled their account in 3 months. They're literally doubling it in 3 to 4 months. They're trading better than me, but they are doing it well. But realistically, I think 5 months to 6 months
Five to
would
six months.
be.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I can do that.
I can do that.
What I can do that. Like, as long as you stick to it and like what you said on whatever that was, Monday or Tuesday, whatever day you lost, like, you know, we know that the numbers are pretty much as long as I don't have a really bad Hulk day and I don't completely lose my
Hmm.
mind, like I can do it. It's just time, 5, 6 months, like I can do this.
Exactly.
I can do it. What shell shocked? What are we doing here? Free play guys, NBIS 197.5. Play
Let's take a
only
look, guys.
149. I don't know what this means. What
Mhm.
are you waiting for on SMCI? Or Apple, sorry? Oh my God, SMCI. Oh, thank you, Alex. I'm covering some more. Look at the volume. There we go. Oh my God, thank you. Excuse me. I picked my reversal level on SMCI off the 15-minute chart. There was a nice level at 27.25. I found that
Mhm.
on the 15, and then I was just kind of timing it with the cues. So that was my entry on SMCI was based off the 15. Um, and then a final target for me. I know Alex, you're in this too. If it gets to VWAP, I think that would be a nice little move. That last candlestick was, oh, look at it selling off now.
Yeah, it's going to be nice for sure. I'm still watching Apple because I want to see it trapping the longs on the reversal and then maybe go all the way to 300. But this 300 might not be hit today. Might be hit next week. Let's take a look at BE for you. Yeah, BE, I'm not trading this stock a lot, but it used to trade a lot like Baba, so I did not enjoy trading it. But someone mentioned it yesterday when we were during the pre-market or trading with Peter. And I took a look at the price action of BE for the last few days, and honestly, this thing is clean. You're right about it. It's actually clean. But I still don't feel comfortable trading it. Not something that I used to trade a lot. Anyway, I don't like that it broke the high of the pre-market and it ended up selling off below all the levels. That's a bearish sign. So even though it's consolidating and it feels like it's a reversal setup, it feels like it will either continue chopping or it will trap the longs or it's going to continue going lower. And when I can visualize a lot of scenarios at the same time, I usually avoid trading it. There needs to be one scenario that's more dominant, that makes it easier to read the market.
I don't think I've ever traded BE before. Oops, shit. What did I just do?
I'm actually curious to see if I traded it. Let me take a look at my recent trades. Yeah, I actually traded it a lot. Last time I traded it was on 8th of September.
That's Bloom. What is that? Bloom Energy, I think it is. Bloom Energy. Yeah.
I traded it in October. Look at this. I'm trading only reversals on PE. Yeah, couple of reversal
Every
trades.
trade is a reversal.
No, I traded it a few times and it was only reversals.
All right, nice. Ron, what are the rules for the drawdown of funded account? The funded account, it's $2,000 a drawdown. So after 2000, the drawdown, your position will get auto liquidated, but you can still trade for the remainder of the funded account, which is 3 months. You're just not eligible for the payout. I still have an average of 27.44 on SMCI. I don't know. At what point do you like surrender? Like I only have 250 shares left, but would you just let it run out at this time and just see what happens? Or like when do you just cut it? Do you ever do that?
Yeah, if I were in SMCI, I would be all out. Honestly, I would have been all out at $28.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. And there was a big order there anyway. As soon as it picked that, I was like, okay. I did partial some on that pop up there on that 11:15 candle.
Yeah.
I took quite a bit off of that, so
Kind of feel it's going to make it back to the low of the day. We had a nice level around here at the 28. We broke above it. We sold off all the way below it. Now we're retesting the 28 before the potential move back to 27.40-ish.
okay.
Let's see
I'm
what
gonna
we
take
have on Atlas on it. It's neutral, which is a good thing. It could go work both ways. For
yeah.
now, it feels more that 27.40-ish is closer than the highs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm up what three R on this right now. Nothing crazy, but I mean, my stop loss is break even at 27.44. So if it comes back down, it's okay. But I mean, I could pocket some lunch money. Oh, you're out. Attaboy, Alex. You know what? I'll join the party. I got what I got $73 unrealized. Goodbye. There. Ron, is the idea to use the funded accounts to pay for boot camp? I mean, that's my recommendation. That's what I tell anyone who emails me about funded accounts. If you, I'm not going to say if, but when you're profitable in the funded account, you don't necessarily shoot for the 10,000 because it's really hard to do that, especially if you're a newer trader. When you can get a payout from Andrew, if he cuts you a check for like 3 grand, go into the boot camp because then you get another funded account inside boot camp, and then you can just continue to hone your skills inside boot camp, round out your playbook. Um, and then when you get a payout inside a boot camp as well, then you can flip some of that money into a real account. That's my recommendation. That's what I tell people to do all the time. Boot camp is 3 months. Fleet so fury. That's I was lucky enough before I was a moderator, I actually won my peak capital boot camp inside of a YouTube giveaway about 3 years ago. I never paid for it. No, it wasn't 3 years ago. It was how old's my son? 16 months. So in and around there. Um, so I had Lenny as my coach. So I never actually paid for it, but I would have been happy to do it. Honestly, I got a lot out of it, but at the end, I didn't complete everything because my son was born and life happens and whatnot, but it's all online. Yep. Infinity Trinity. But Eamon's a coach in there. You can pick Carlos, Peter, Eamon, Lenny, John. So it's whoever kind of matches your trading style, you can pick your coach around there. And then yeah, I mean there's daily live trading sessions with all of us. We trade live every single day. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of homework that's involved with it. So there's definitely a time commitment that you need to set aside, but it's definitely worth it. Can you join Andrew's sessions without
Yeah, you can
completing
just join the
boot camp?
chat room. You can
Oh yeah.
literally just join the chat room and watch him trade every single day.
Yeah, you're welcome. But Ron, if you have any questions about the funded account, shoot me an email. I'll put my email in here for you. I cannot put my personal phone number on here. You know how many spam calls I
Yeah,
would
why
get?
not? I mean, you'll just get 1,000 calls. Is that going
I'm
to
gonna,
distract you?
I'm gonna put Eamon's number right here. It's a Russian number, but here you go. Give it a call right there.
Or is it SMCI is slowly pulling back? What are you guys watching right now? I mean, Apple might slowly be setting up for a short.
Well, if you yeah, if you're a BBT member, it's in the download section as well. I'll do it for you here. Um, I mean, I would never ever put my phone number, especially on YouTube. Like there's 500 people watching this, you know, like I would get so many spam phone calls. I already get like 2 or 3 phone calls a day from spam. It's like I don't need any more. SMCI at previous day close. Yeah. I got out all out 4 minutes ago. I had a good move on it. I didn't end up making what did I risk on that?
Well,
Fif-
sorry to
15
cut you
cents.
out.
No, you're
Apple
good.
is actually going to 300 probably. So I am considering to try small short on it. I'll put a limit if it fills my order. And I'll give it a try all the way down to 300. If it pulls back and fills my order, that will be my last trade for the day. I'll go for it now.
Nope, that was it. Queues are rolling over. Let's have a look here. Yeah, like I said yesterday, guys, if you're in the chat and you have questions about anything, ask us. This is what these sessions are for, right? Like, yes, we're trying to entertain you to a point, but we're here to help you with your trading journey. So if we can help you out, just fire some questions in there. Candy, you're in Microsoft? CVNA at Carvana. I would just, yeah, I mean, around this time, I mean, we preach the same thing all the time. Just wait for a double bottom on the 5 minute chart, which is kind of happening right now, but then let it come up a little bit more. Who asked that? Beer Hane. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Beer Hane. Beer Hane. How is today going compared to expectations? Uh, Honestly, like I don't really have expectations of the market. I just let the price action tell me, and then just execute my playbook. But I really didn't see such a sell-off happening this morning, to be quite honest. But I mean, it happens, obviously.
Would it be disappointing to see Apple going to 300 without filling that order?
What was your limit price? What do you got?
Uh,
302. Oh my God,
87.
it just missed you, hey?
By 12 cents. It went to 69, yeah, 17 cents, 18 cents. Well, let's see.
Kyle, War Robin, do you guys have any advice on how to avoid taking profit too early and hold? Um,
Um, I read my book, Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis Reading Price Action.
yeah,
I actually give a
follow me
few
on Instagram. Yeah.
follow me on Instagram, buy my course. But
But
no, honestly, it depends on the time frame that you're playing. You need to understand what time
yeah,
frame you're playing. If you're playing a smaller time frame, you're going for smaller move. If you're playing a higher time frame, you're going for bigger moves. That's as simple as it gets.
yeah. And my advice, like, because I'm more of a scalper than Eamon is, like, just make sure you let your risk be covered before you take partials. That's what really hurt me when I first started to trade. Is I had my P&L on my screen, and as soon as I started to see a little bit of profit, I would just take my 10% partials. And over time, that kills you because you're
Mhm.
not cutting your losses as quick as you're taking partials to the upside. That's when you, in my opinion, just either stay as a break-even trader or your equity curve is just slowly ticking down, and you're losing money over the long term. So you need to make sure that your risk is at least covered before you start the partial, and then just look at those higher time frames. Before even Eamon's book, just working with Eamon, like he shifted my mindset to really look for those higher time frame targets, and that's where you can use market atlas as well. So you use all those things together to hold for those targets, right? And just don't take too much off too quick. Like taking 50% off at a 1-to-1, yeah, and not leaving a lot on for those 2 to 3 hour trades, and then leaving a runner on, that's when FOMO comes into play, or you add in too big, you get stopped out. So, as a newer trader who asked this, Kyle Raven, just, respect respect your stop losses all the time. Don't cut your winners too early, and just do that. Just trust the process, and just know that when you're in a right trade, if you see a nice volume ladder underneath it and you're getting good momentum, like your job is to get in with the big money, find the big money, respect the move, respect your stop loss, but just don't cut them too short, because when you cut them too short, it's going to kill your equity curve. Is it just set stops and targets and honor them? Yeah, I mean, it is kind of that easy, I suppose. But just to type that out, actually doing it live, it's a lot harder than just holding for targets. Because like especially me as a scalper, if I'm risking 20 cents and the thing moves 60 cents and I'm up 3R, it's hard for me not to take a little bit of skin off, right? Because I had a higher time frame final target. So you need to manage your own expectations as well, right? Have a daily goal. How big is your account? How much do you want to make a day, right? And then just kind of build off of that. Don't overthink it too much. Ron, Kyle, I know it has nothing to do with trading, but have you ever thought about doing a webinar on Think and Grow Rich? Yeah, I mean, I read that book every day. Maybe just a page or a couple paragraphs every single day, but people don't really correlate stuff like that with trading. I mean, it does affect your mindset. So, I mean, maybe I'll do something on my Instagram for Think and Grow Rich, but I don't want to bore people on here. This is more of a trading channel. But Ron, good idea. Yeah.
Well, I'm still waiting for this apple to get me filled. SMCI is going. Did you flip your SMCI or there's long in it?
No, I'm all out of it. I got out at what was that, 11:22. As soon as it came back down and touched previous day close, I got out there. I only had what did I have, $76 unrealized, so it was just pay for some gas and groceries.
Everyone's so tired of overtrade. I agree with you. That's why you should make strict rules, not to overtrade. Any single rule you have, if you struggle following it, the best way to do it is to try your best to make it as physical as possible. Because when it's only psychological, when you only think about it, it's more difficult to follow it. For example, for overtrading, one of the things that we suggest is um, maybe print a small piece of paper, divide it to, let's say, three or four or five parts, depending on how many trades you allow yourself to have, and then get five coins or five poker chips or whatever it is. And anytime you take a trade, you just cover one part of it. Second trade, you cover second one. And once you're out of coins or poker chips, then you're out of bullets and you're not allowed to take more trades. If you just tell yourself that I'm allowed to take five trades, you'll be taking sixth and seventh every now and then. But if you try to make it physical, it becomes easier to stick to these rules. And try to do that on as many things as you can. I mean, try to any rule you have. If you can make it physical, try to do it that way. That way, it's easier to follow it.
That's good. Wow. You have all these little secret little tips and tricks, eh?
Well,
Like it.
I struggled with rules, so I had to figure out a lot of things a lot of different ways that help me stick to my rules. Punishments, consequences,
And look at the trader it made you today.
lots of years of work. But I'm happy about
Yeah.
it, honestly proud about it. Couldn't think of a better job to have.
I love helping people too. Like when people are asking me for like, these hotkeys and everything, it takes nothing to just give them the download section from BBT. And it's like people are so thankful for like, I mean, it's not a small thing because as a new trader, like you have no idea what hotkeys are, but people are so appreciative to the smallest things and like getting people to have like an aha moment and like figure things out. And that is the stuff that I love. I just love I mean, I love helping people. I've always kind of been that way. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a people pleaser, but I just love seeing people succeed. It's awesome. SMCI pumping again. Let's see. I wouldn't say pump. Well, it's yeah. What
More
are the
of
key?
ranging,
Yeah,
probably.
2750. So yeah, I love SMCI. I made not a fortune, but I made really good money on this thing this week. I think I traded it out of the 5 days, three times. No, today was the fourth. 4 times out of 5 days I traded this thing. It moves like, especially for an orb, like this thing moves all the time. Uh, Apple never came up and got you, did it? Oh, okay.
No,
It's
it is going to get it anytime now.
yeah. 302.87 is where your limit is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just trying to make sure I can get a good risk to reward ratio if it goes lower. Thoughts on re-entry on Amazon at this level? I don't know. I don't like Amazon at this stage. It could make small pullback to the upside. I mean, this was a big drop from 272 to 266. So I would not be surprised if it makes a small move to the upside. And this level doesn't look bad for an entry. It would give you a good risk to reward ratio. I'm a deep cover. If you want to have a funded account, first of all, you need to sign up for trading terminal. Uh, I think it costs $149 per month or annually 1,200, which is 30% discount. Then you go to the simulator tab And in the simulator tab, there is purchase a new funded account button. Funded trading, purchase a new funded account. And there it is, $50,000 buying power, starting with 12.5, 90 days. And you proceed to check out. And it costs $4.99, but I think you can use a promo, funded 100, if I'm not wrong.
I think that's what it is.
Where-
Yeah.
Yeah, where do you put that?
I don't know actually. I've never.
Oh, there it is.
Where on the
Funded
far
100?
right?
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. Got it.
there it is. And
Oh,
then you
at
get it for
checkout.
$3.99.
Perfect. There you go.
Exactly. Let's see. My booking. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you are enjoying it. Oh, come on. Are you giving me hard time? You just literally went to 80,
Oh my
84.
God.
You just give me 2 cents. It's okay.
And look at that discipline. Like, you know how easy it is for him to just take that little limit order and pull it down?
Pull it down. Give me that
Oh
fill,
yeah.
please. I'm sick
Just
of
give me
you.
that, Phil. I'm tired of this.
To be
All right,
honest,
Sergio. Go ahead. Yep, you're good.
I mean, if I pull it down, I could get filled. The loss is going to be the same, but the profit is going to be horrible. So it's always about risk to reward ratio. And I know that with my win rate, let's say it's 35%. I need to have a 3 or a 4 to 1 to hit my goal by the end of the month. If I start having a 2 to 1 trades, I'm not going to be profitable in the long run. So I'm not
Mm,
chasing a winner because I know eventually that the success rate for this trade is somewhere around 35%. But whether it's going to give me the 3 or 4 hours is the real question. If I enter late, I'm not going to get my hours. So I need to stick to my limit.
love it. Sergio, congratulations. You just bought your funded account. All right. Just remember $2,000 a drawdown. If you risk $100 a trade and you lose 10 trades, no, what is that? 20 trades. It's over. Just manage your risk. Ask us questions. Keep us posted on how it goes. SMCI more downside. I do agree. I think it is going to go to that 2740 area, like you said. I'm happy I got out of it. And it's the emotional capital too, right? Like you said, like your mental capital. Now I'm free. I'm not really thinking about this thing anymore. My break even, what was it, 2744 anyways. So I'm happy to be out of it. Now my weekend starts.
Oh
I'm in
my
good
God,
spirits.
sorry.
Now it's
Sorry.
gonna go. No,
I
you're
just
good. I'm
I
watching
just
it
hate
with you.
yeah, I just hate what it's doing. Because I'm not saying that it's going to win, but it's just so annoying that it was like literally 2 cents away from my order.
Entry. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know it's going to hit the $300 today, probably sooner than later. Anyway, it's okay. Sorry to cut you out.
No,
Amen,
you're all
Cal, what
good.
are your favorite setups? I love breakouts. Breakouts are one of my favorites, and then reversals following it. Channel plays the third. To be fair, I have the highest success rate with midday range plays, but they take a lot of time to set up. So I like them not because they are not profitable or because I'm not good at trading them. I don't like them because they take so long to form and then they take so long to hit the target. I love breakout because I could be done with my day within the first 10 minutes after the market open, like today with Apple. Played one trade, got so bad, flipped it. Technically, not just flip-flopping it, hitting my 4 hours, and that's it. Now I have one more trade that I can take. It works. I'll have an even bigger day. If it fails, I'm going to have my 3 hour day. No, I'm not long. I'm having a limit entry to short. I want to short this thing all the way to 300. But I want to short it at a good price. And if it clears this level, then there is no point having my short there anymore. I'll just need to cancel it. Because if it breaks this level and recovers to the upside, it will make it probably to the high, or maybe even higher. So if it breaks the 301, whatever it is, I'll probably have another limit sitting up here after the fake breakout. As long as it's chopping within this range, I'll keep this limit. The moment it breaks it, I'm done. I'll need to cancel it. Hmm.
Key Lopez, go ahead. No, you got it.
go. No, go. I'm
No,
tired
you,
of
you can
talking.
go
I'll listen to some music.
um, to watch Andrew trade, you have to be a BBT member. So go to bearbelltraders.com. A monthly is $99. He trades live every single day. That's how I got started with BBT 4 years ago. Well, 3.5 years ago. I did the weekly to start. It was $29 for 9 day or 7 days, 9 days. And then after I saw that, I signed up for the monthly, and then I just bought an annual to save some money. And that's where I really learned how to trade. I just showed up every single day, and I just watched Brian, um, Andrew every single day, and then Paris would come in at 10 o'clock, and those are the three guys that really, helped me learn how to trade. And then you get exposed to, Carlos every single day. Yeah, amen. And you just surround yourself with successful high achievers, and eventually, like, you just things start to click for you. But it takes time, right? Like, you're not going to be a successful trader in 6 months. Well, you can be, but stick around for the long term. Like, I've been a member for 3.5 years. Eamon's been here for 10 years, right? So there's
Feel
something
gone
good
now.
going
He
on in
said 10
here.
years. Uh, After purchase, what is the requirement? I mean, if I trade all those 90 days and at the end, if I have $10,000, yeah, you get paid $10,000. You are not going to get paid more than $10,000. If you have less than that, you will still get paid for it. But there are a few rules that you need to follow. Read the rules. Consistency rule, the, I don't know, X amount of trades in 10 rolling days. So read the rules before you start. And yes, you can activate it later. Ravzi, take a let Carlos know that you're headed into a vacation and that you're going to come back sometime later for it. And Chansey, the Atlas on Apple is this. I mean, it's more bearish than bullish, but it's not that bearish. We have only big order at $300, and it makes sense why we have an enormous order at $300. It's strong round psychological number. It's not 301, 302, 305, 300. It's 300, 400, 500. These ones have more weight into them. And yes, I do speak Russian. With Fidelity, you're trading with your own money. You open a brokerage account, you deposit money, and you trade with your own money. With funded account, you buy a funded account. I think it's $50,000 buying power, and you trade with that. And if you blow it up, then you just lose whatever you paid for the account. Exactly, Dan.
Yeah, Dan, exactly. You got it, buddy. Privet, caca de nada.
Mm.
What is privet again? Thank you. No.
Yeah, no, it's hello.
Hello.
See,
Okay.
how are you doing? Where are you from, YK?
You think Apple's gonna come up and get you now?
Well, look, as long as it's sitting within this range, it could do that. It could
Mm-hmm.
do that because sometimes we go from the middle to the low, from the middle to the high, from the high to the low, from the high to the middle. So there is still a chance that I'm going to get filled on this thing. But if it breaks the low, then forget about it.
Yeah.
Even if it goes back up, it will not be a good setup. Because if the price breaks a level, it should not go past the middle. And if it goes past the middle, then it's not short. So I either
Mm.
get filled into this thing while it's sitting within the range, or I never get filled into it. Stavropol, that's interesting. Do you live there or you're just from there?
Oh, we're $8 away from SpaceX. This thing's sold off too. What's the low on SpaceX today? 107.80. All right, maybe next week we're gonna take a long position on a swing account.
Hmm, maybe.
Let's see what happens over the weekend.
Mm. All right, it's gone. I mean, it feels disappointing sometimes. Like a
Ah,
stock that's $300 with $7 to $8 ATR, not giving you what,
12
5 cents?
cents. Are we out?
Not even 12. Not even 12. It
My God.
it literally didn't give me like 6 or 5 cents. That's it.
How rude.
How, how rude of it.
How
But you
freaking
see,
rude.
I mean, eventually by the end of the day, I'll have to journal it as a right rate. We knew that it's a short one. And you know what triggered the short on this thing? The fake breakout around here. So it was
Mm,
sitting in this beautiful range. It is breaking this range. After the break of the range, it goes inside. And normally, after they go inside, they retest before the sell off. And I wanted to get filled into the retest. And this is the same way I analyzed your SMCI trade when I told you that this thing is going lower. We had something similar to that.
oh yeah,
It
yeah.
broke, it went down, and I was looking for this before it continues going lower. Kind of a common pattern. But yeah,
Love that.
I
Love
can't
that.
catch them all, but at least can predict them all.
You gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon. Yep. Come on, Apple. Now, oh, you took it off? Yeah, the move's done, hey?
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense now. And now that it
Yeah.
broke, if it recovers inside, it's not a good short. This is where I would have moved my stop loss to break even. If I got filled around here, I would have held to my original stop loss, but after it breaks, I would have either added to my position or just simply moved my stop loss to break even.
Right.
But it's headed to 300. Maybe not in the next couple minutes. Let's head it down. Oh, Philly, thank you. I mean, I'm staying away from politics, to be honest. You're right, there is a lot of propaganda from both sides, and politics are the worst.
Yeah. I've never traded MU.
I mean, to be
I've
fair, my
never.
mother is Ukrainian, and
Oh,
my grandfather is Russian, and my grandmother is Ukrainian. So it just doesn't make sense what's happening around, but it's okay. I'm not gonna say I'm against it. I'm not gonna say I'm with it.
it's the world we live
Politics
in.
are politics. I'm just stay away from it. Exactly, just stay
Exactly.
away from it.
Yeah. MU's down 6%. Wow. Any news? Hmm.
Net butter, it depends on the time of the day. If I trade at the open, my average stay within the trade is maybe around 5 to 10 minutes. Later during the day, it's around 30 minutes to an hour.
Mine's usually like, well, it depends how long the runner goes, but sometimes I can be in and out in 3 to 4 minutes. But my SMCI trade yesterday, I was in it for about 25, but I partialed after about 2 minutes. That's the thing as being like a scalper, especially the opening range trader or my gap and go like the break and retest. You're taking some off pretty quickly. Like when you're in the right move, where you're in with some good, big money institutional buying. Um, I cover my risk after usually 1 to 2 minutes. I let it breathe. Once I'm in the trade, I let it breathe for probably 15 to 30 seconds. And then if you're in the right move for the most part, you can just use the volume as confirmation, use your Atlas, use the level two, and then just get out when you need to get out. Kyle, you were about to say you don't trade MU. No, yeah, it's just usually not on my watch list. I've never actually traded MU, to be honest. But even looking at it right now, I just pulled it up. I mean, it's a beautiful, again, like that 200 moving average is on top. It's the same. I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy because like everyone emails me and I just say the same thing over and over again. Like these are the things that I love to see. I love seeing the 200 moving average on top of the price action and the 50 moving average. And then as all the moving averages cross, like on MU there, you create your 5 minute opening range, pull your range all the way across it as it loses the 200 moving average. Um, it's a good opportunity to go short, and that's usually what I do on a lot of the tickers that I watch. I love seeing that. So, but I've never just personally traded MU. I've never touched it. It's a higher price stock, and that really doesn't matter. But I love trading the quantums, and that's where I've made a lot of my bread and butter is SMCI, QUBTS, QBT, what is it? QUBT, RGTI. But honestly, like the last 2 weeks, I've just been trading SMCI like it's going out of style.
I remember these days a few years ago when the cannabis stocks were in play.
Hmm.
TLRY, CGC, I think CRON, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, this is just one of the sector manias. Like it's one of the sectors right now is like the quantum
Yeah.
computing and the it's just what we're in. It's kind of what's hot. It's always got volume. Like SMCI already has 17, what is it? It's 15 million shares traded, which isn't anything out of the ordinary for it. But I love the price action of the stock. It's at 16 million now. But I'm usually done my day by 10:30. Like that opening range breakdown, after 5 minutes, I'm usually in a trade, but 9:35 to 9:45, I'm usually in one, and then by 10:15, 10:30, I'm usually done. So I agree. Yeah, wheat stocks need to come back.
Need to come back. Yeah. This is the title of the book, Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Trading Price Action. Because sometimes I get people telling me that the link doesn't work or it doesn't show up. And if you cannot find the book just clicking on the links that I sent, just type the name in the search bar and it's going to show up. Qs, if the Qs hold, I think there is a chance recovering all the way to 694, 695, all the way to the high of the day.
Yeah, Agnes, that's actually what Peter's mentioned about MU as well. Like, look, sometimes the wicks are just huge on MU, right? So some stocks, in my opinion, you just have to have a wider stop. And that's just the risk you take with trading certain stocks that have, you know, they move. The price actually just moves a lot. Like instead of having a 50-cent stop, you need $1.25. You need a $2 stop sometimes just to stay in the move so you can actually get a little bit to the upside or downside. And that's why, I love trading the same, like Eamon has, a good list of what is it, 12 or something that he trades. Um, but for me, like I just trade these same ones over and over again. I kind of understand the flow of them. And I say that, carefully, like I don't fully understand them, but you know, it's the same thing as like picking like a good horse at a horse race. It's like if this horse is a good horse, it's like why change it? If the thing's healthy and it's running well, why not just stay on it? If it's hot, keep betting on it, right? And that's how I feel about SMCI right now. Until I start getting hammered by it and start losing a lot, I'm going to continue to trade this and other quantum stocks. It's just I feel like I'm in a good groove with them, so I'm not really going to change my approach to them. I'm just going to keep doing the same thing every single day. If my setup's there, I'm going to take it. And if it's not there, you know, I found like NVIDIA, I haven't traded NVIDIA in forever. It's kind of just chopping around lately, I find. But anyways, some things move better than others. That's my point. Amy, what are you doing this weekend? Any plans? Family time?
Just chilling. No
Just
plans this
chilling.
weekend. I literally
Yeah,
just want to chill. We'll figure it out at the moment.
that's right. Yeah. Every
I
day is a
already
little bit
create
different,
plans for. I already create plans for the weekend. It's more impulsive.
which is a good way to live too. Just day by day. Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Alex, you find also yeah the spread
Um,
yeah.
JP, there shouldn't be comments in Russian. I think you're talking about one image that was flipped, but I think that was fixed. Unless you bought, yeah, you bought when it was first launched. If you bought the Kindle version, you can just re-download it. I have fixed that issue. There was one image that was literally mirrored and flipped, so the text looked awkward. If it's a hard copy, then sorry about that. But I literally fixed that issue I think within the second week. You know what you can do? Flip your book, and you'll see the image clearly. That's fixed now, though. Anyway, guys, it's 12 p.m. Eastern. Coming to the end of the hour. If you guys have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbletraders.com or Kyle@bearbletraders.com. Have a great weekend, everyone, and we'll talk to you next week. See you guys.
See you later, guys. Bye, Eamon. Bye, Carlos. Have a good day and a good weekend.
Okay.
Take care of that beard.
Enjoy. Absolutely.
Oil that baby up. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good weekend.